It was the summer of 2016. I had just turned 28 that May. I was working part-time as a delivery guy in Cincinnati, Ohio, and didn't have much going on that year. My girlfriend had broken up with me a few months earlier. My closest friends had all moved to other cities, and I was living alone in a small rented apartment. That summer felt heavy. The city noise, the hot sidewalks, the cars, and the crowds. It just felt like I needed to step away from all of it. I wanted silence, but the kind of silence that doesn't feel dead. The kind that comes with birdsong, creaking wood, and the distant hum of insects. That's when I remembered my Uncle Dave's old farm property out in Greene County, about 2 hours east of Cincinnati. He'd passed away in 2013 from heart failure, and the land had been sitting mostly unused since then. My cousin Brad technically owned it now, but he lived in Texas and only flew out once a year to check on the place. A few years ago, I helped Dave fix up an old one-room cabin out behind the main farmhouse, the kind of simple wood structure you'd expect to see in a Civil War movie. It had a stove, a cot, a water pump, and even solar power hooked up to a battery. No running water inside, no AC, no real insulation. But it was far enough from the road and away from people. Exactly what I needed. I texted Brad about it, asking if I could stay there for a few days, maybe even a week. He replied a few hours later and said I could stay as long as I wanted, just to let him know when I arrived and left. That was all I needed. So on a Tuesday morning, I packed up a few changes of clothes, some dry food, bottled water, a first aid kit, some tools, and a 9mm handgun I kept in the closet. Not because I expected anything, but because I was going to be alone in the middle of nowhere and I wasn't an idiot. I also brought my sleeping bag, a flashlight, spare batteries, and my old hiking boots. I didn't plan on doing much exploring, but I wanted to be prepared. I got there around noon. The drive was smooth. The last few miles were gravel roads through farmland and patches of woods. The air smelled different, cleaner, like warm grass and dry wood. When I pulled up to the overgrown driveway, weeds brushed the bottom of my car. The main house was still standing, though the paint was peeling off the siding and the porch was sagging a little more than I remembered. I parked near the edge of the gravel path, got out, stretched, and just stood there for a minute, listening. It was quiet, not silent, but peaceful. I could hear wind in the trees, a couple of birds, and nothing else. No cars, no voices, no machinery. Just the sound of land sitting still. The cabin was about a quarter mile behind the main house, through a narrow trail that ran past an old shed and a rusted fence. The trail had overgrown a bit, and I had to push some branches aside as I walked. The cabin was still there, just as I remembered it, maybe a little more weathered. It was made of faded brown wood, single window, and a door that looked like it could fall off the hinges with enough force. The roof had held up though, which was all I cared about. Inside, it smelled musty but not bad. Dust floated in the sunlight coming through the small window. I opened the window for air, then unpacked my gear, set up my sleeping bag, and got the solar power hooked up. There wasn't much to do after that. I sat outside on a fallen log for a while, just watching the trees shift in the breeze. That first night went smoothly. I cooked up some canned soup on a little camp stove, read a book under my flashlight, and went to bed early. I heard a few noises in the woods after dark. Twigs snapping, something moving in the grass, but that's normal. It's a farm surrounded by woods. Raccoons, deer, maybe coyotes. Nothing I hadn't heard before. The second day, I decided to take a longer walk around the property. The fields were empty, just tall grass and weeds. The barn was locked up and didn't look safe to enter. There were a few broken fences, and the old chicken coop was nothing but rotted boards. I found a tree stump near the edge of the woods and sat there for an hour, drinking water and listening. It still felt peaceful. I didn't feel like I was being watched or anything like that, just quiet. But that second night, something changed. It started with a light scratching sound outside the cabin, around midnight. It was faint at first, like something brushing against the wall. I froze in my sleeping bag and listened. Kept going slow, soft, like claws on wood. Not loud, not aggressive, but enough to make me sit up. I grabbed my flashlight and the pistol and stood near the door. I didn't open it right away. I waited. The scratching stopped after maybe 30 seconds. I turned off the flashlight and waited another 5 minutes. Nothing. Just silence again. I told myself it was probably a possum or something like that. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I checked the outside wall where I heard the sound. There were faint marks, shallow scratches near the bottom of the wooden boards. Could have been an animal. I wasn't sure, but it didn't look random. The lines were almost straight, grouped together like something with fingers or claws had been testing the wall. That day, I walked farther into the woods, toward a creek I remembered from years ago. It was low, barely moving, more mud than water. I saw some tracks along the edge, deer for sure, but also some other prints that I couldn't place. They looked like boots, but smaller, narrower. Not kids' boots, just odd. I followed them for a while, then lost them in the leaves. I went back to the cabin earlier that evening and kept the pistol nearby while I ate. I felt more on edge than the day before. I kept glancing at the trees and listening for anything unusual. I stayed up until almost 2 a.m. that night, sitting by the window in the dark with the flashlight off, just watching. I saw nothing, but I heard that scratching again, this time on the other side of the cabin. It lasted longer. It wasn't fast. It was slow, a dragging sound, like something lightly pulling nails across the wall. I finally turned on the light and yelled, hoping the sound would stop. It did, but only for a second. Then it started again, this time on the back of the cabin. I opened the door fast and shined the flashlight out into the trees. Nothing. The light reached maybe 15 feet into the woods, but beyond that, it was pitch black. I swept the beam around slowly. No eyes reflecting, no movement, no animals running off. Still, I knew something had been there. I wasn't hearing things. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I found more scratch marks. Not just on one wall, on 3 sides of the cabin. Some low to the ground, others higher up, nearly 5 feet off the ground. I walked the whole area around the cabin looking for prints, and I found them again. Bare footprints. Human-looking, but not right. Narrow heel, long toes, deep impression in the mud like the person was walking without bending their feet. No arch flat and wide. It looked wrong. I thought about packing up and leaving, but something in me didn't want to leave without understanding what was going on. It didn't feel like a ghost story. It felt like a person or more than one. Someone out here, maybe living in the woods. Someone who had been watching me since I got there. I spent the day sharpening a long knife I had brought, kept the gun on my side, and stayed outside as long as the sun was up. When it got dark, I stayed inside with all lights off and listened again. This time, the scratching didn't happen right away. It started around 3 a.m. It was more aggressive this time. Faster. More pressure. I heard footsteps too, soft ones, just outside the window. I didn't open the door. I sat there, gun in hand, heart pounding, and waited. The noises went on for an hour, maybe more. Then they stopped. In the morning, I found something on the ground just outside the window. A small bundle of grass, wrapped tightly with a thin strip of animal hide, like a little handmade ornament. Inside the bundle was a dead bird with its wings pulled off. Its chest was torn open, and inside, there was a small, smooth stone covered in something black. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a long time, then used a stick to push it into a plastic bag. I burned it later that afternoon in the old fire pit behind the cabin. That was the last straw. I packed up everything before sunset and made the walk back to the car. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched, not just from one direction, from all around, like whoever or whatever had been out there wasn't following me anymore. It was surrounding me. When I got to the car, I tossed everything in the back, started the engine, and got the hell out of there. On the drive back, I kept checking the rearview mirror. Not because I thought anything was behind me, but because I felt like I had left something unfinished. Like that place still had its eyes on me, even miles away. I never went back to that cabin. I never told Brad either. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I still think about it. I think about the scratch marks, the footprints, the dead bird, and the noises. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't magic. It was something real. A person or group of people living out there watching anyone who came close. Maybe protecting something. Maybe just toying with me. Whatever it was, it knew I was alone. It knew I was vulnerable. And it wanted me to know that I wasn't welcome. I've stayed in a lot of remote places since then. Forests, lakesides, even a mountain trail. But I've never felt that same pressure again. That feeling of being studied. That old farm cabin, it wasn't haunted. It was just occupied. And I was lucky to get out. Back in 2012, I was 33 years old, working as a seasonal park ranger in Idaho, just outside the Salmon Chalice National Forest. It was my 4th season doing fire watch and maintenance support during the dry months. Most of the time, I liked the isolation. You had to. A big part of the job was staying in remote lookout towers or ranger cabins for days at a time, especially during fire season. I wasn't married, didn't have kids, and had nothing tying me down in Boise, so I took whatever assignments they gave me. That September, after a mild fire season, I was assigned to watch over an old ranger cabin up near Hat Creek Rim. The area was quieter than usual. Lightning storms had come early that year, and most of the fire risk had passed. They needed someone up there just to make sure the tower was secure, clean up debris around the trails, and make sure the radio relay stayed functional in case hunters came through during elk season. It was mostly babysitting a building in the woods. The cabin wasn't a tower, more of a base camp. It sat in a small clearing a couple miles from the trailhead, surrounded by thick pines and sloped granite. There was an old fire tower nearby, up the ridge about a quarter mile, but it hadn't been used in a while. People didn't like climbing it anymore. Too unstable. Instead, they set up a temporary watch point further down the trail when needed. The cabin itself was small, with siding, green tin roof, 2 rooms and a latrine shed out back. No running water, just a cistern and a hand pump. Power came from a gas generator you only ran if you really needed it. I hiked in early on a Tuesday morning, just after Labor Day. Weather was turning colder at night, but the days were still dry and warm. Perfect conditions for trail maintenance. I brought my food, a few jugs of water, a sleeping bag, a .357 revolver for bear deterrent, and my old hiking radio that worked when the main set was down. They said I'd only be up there for 5 nights. Easy. I'd done worse. The hike in was uneventful. Just me, the trail, and a quiet forest that felt like it was holding its breath. I don't know how else to put it. That place had a silence that didn't feel like peace. Felt more like everything was listening. No wind, no birds even. I figured it was the time of day or the season. Sometimes things got still that time of year. When I reached the cabin, I did the usual sweep, checked the windows, the roof, the old generator out back. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and old kerosene. There was a bunk, a metal table with chipped paint, and a storage locker full of dusty manuals, tools, and a rusted hatchet. It looked like nobody had stayed there since early summer, but everything seemed intact. The first night was fine. I made a small fire in the pit out front, cooked a can of stew, and read one of the old paperback westerns I brought. When it got too dark to see, I turned on my headlamp and got into my sleeping bag on the bunk. There were a few thuds from the trees, like branches falling, but nothing unusual. The forest talks at night. You get used to it. It was the second day things started to feel off. I was out clearing brush along one of the lower trails when I noticed something strange. A small pile of rocks near the edge of the path, stacked neatly like a little cairn. That in itself wasn't weird. Hikers leave them all the time, but this one was fresh.
No moss, no weathering.
And it was balanced too well, like someone had taken their time with it that morning. I didn't touch it. I just walked past it and finished the loop. But later, when I came back the same way, the rocks were gone. Not knocked over, gone. Like someone had taken them. That night, I kept the generator off and used a lantern inside. I didn't sleep as easily. There was a scratchy noise outside the back wall a few hours after dark. Not a clawing, just like something brushing along the wood. A branch, maybe, but the trees didn't grow that close. I held still and listened for a long time, but it didn't come back. The third morning, I found something near the shed that made my skin crawl.
Bootprints.
Not mine. These were wider and deeper, and the tread was wrong. Mine had the Vibram sole from my Loa boots. These looked older, almost flat in spots like worn leather soles, but they were fresh. Sharp edges, clear toes. I knelt down and touched the dirt, still soft. Somebody had been walking behind the cabin during the night. I scanned the woods for movement but saw nothing. I walked out past the tree line, shouting to scare off any animals, then made a slow circle around the clearing. Nothing.
No sounds.
No movement. Just trees and silence. I didn't have cell service up there, and the main radio didn't pick up anything that morning. I tried the backup handheld. Got static and then a burst of audio, some garbled voice like a weather report, but it cut out fast. I gave up and went back to my duties, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That evening I made a fire again. Not for food, just to feel normal. I kept the pistol close. I didn't want to admit it, but I was spooked. The air felt heavy. Every shadow seemed to stretch too far. I heard movement just before midnight. Soft steps on dry grass. Not an animal. Too even. Too slow. I sat up in the bunk, heart pounding, and reached for the revolver. I didn't turn on the light, just listened. The steps moved from the side of the cabin to the front, then stopped. I stared at the door, didn't breathe. 5 seconds passed, 10. Then I heard it, barely a whisper of sound, the latch on the shed creaking open. I bolted up, yanked on my boots, and ran out the front door with the gun drawn. The fire had gone out. I could barely see, just outlines in the dark. I went toward the shed, expecting to find it open, but it was closed tight, padlock still on. I shined my flashlight around the clearing. Nothing.
No prints.
No movement, but I knew someone had been there. I could feel it in my gut. The next day, I hiked down to the ridge to get signal and tried calling base. No answer. I left a message, said I needed someone to check in. Might be trespassers, might be hunters. I asked them to come sooner than scheduled. That night, I set up a tripwire around the back of the cabin using fishing line and some tin cans. Felt stupid, like something a kid would do, but I didn't want to be caught off guard again. At 2:30 a.m., I heard the cans go flying. I jumped up, grabbed the flashlight and gun, and ran out back. The line had been tripped. One of the cans was 20 feet away in the grass. I shined the light around, heart racing, but again, nothing.
No prints.
No person, just cold night air and trees that didn't move. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat at the table, eyes on the door, revolver in hand. The final full day, I packed early and cleaned the place. I was supposed to stay one more night, but I made up my mind to leave at first light. I logged everything, turned off the gas line, and locked the shed. The forest felt like it was closing in. I didn't feel safe anymore. That night was the worst. I didn't light a fire. I wanted to stay quiet, invisible. I kept all lights off, even the lantern. Just laid in the bunk, fully dressed, waiting. At some point after midnight, I heard the door handle jiggle. Slow, quiet, like someone testing it. I froze. My hand gripped the pistol. I didn't move a muscle. The handle stopped, then came a low creak, one of the front steps, then another, then silence. 10 minutes later, I heard it again. Not from the front, from the roof. Footsteps, soft, careful. I stared at the ceiling, heart hammering, listening to the weight shift on the old tin. I thought maybe it was an animal, but the steps were too slow, too measured, and they moved in a straight line, back and forth, like pacing. I sat there until dawn. When the sun finally came up, I stepped outside, shaking. No one on the roof, no signs around the cabin. I didn't waste time. I grabbed my pack, hiked out without stopping, and didn't look back. Back at the ranger station, I reported everything, every sound, every footprint, every moment. They took it seriously. A deputy went up a few days later to check. He found old tracks and what looked like a lean-to made from branches down the hill near the creek. Said it might have been a squatter or a drifter. I never got a real answer. I didn't go back to that cabin, not even to pack up gear. Someone else closed it for the season. And after that year, I took assignments further south, closer to the edge of towns. I never stayed more than one night alone in a cabin again. I still think about those nights, still wonder who or what was out there, walking around my cabin in the dark, silent forest. But I don't wonder too hard, because deep down I know it was a person, and that's what scares me the most. It was late October 2013. I was 27 back then, living in Columbus, Ohio, and working part-time doing maintenance for a property management company. That year had been pretty hard. My mother passed away in March, and after that, I just kind of shut myself off from a lot of people. I had a small apartment in the city, but I didn't feel like being around anyone. I wasn't close with most of my family, and work was just work. Most of the guys on my crew didn't talk much, and when they did, it was just about football or their kids. I didn't have either. So that fall, when my boss told me about this old place near Somerville, maybe an hour and a half southwest of Columbus, I didn't mind going out to check it out alone. It was this weird property, an old cabin, built probably in the early 1900s, and sitting right next to a fenced-in cemetery that was no longer maintained. My boss said the guy who owned it died 2 years ago, and the land had finally cleared probate. We were supposed to get it ready for sale or maybe for demolition, depending on how bad the structure was. I was supposed to spend a couple days there, do a walkthrough, take photos, check for black mold, cracked foundation, roof leaks, all that. It was just one of those jobs you knock out solo when you want quiet. And that's all I really wanted. I packed up the company truck with some basic tools, a camera, a moisture reader, flashlight, a sleeping bag, and a cooler with food. I even brought my camping gear just in case it was too disgusting to sleep inside. My boss said I could take 2 nights out there if I wanted. It was off a dirt road just outside Somerville, with no clear address, just GPS coordinates and a crude paper map someone had drawn up years ago. I figured I'd go out, stay the night, take notes, and drive back the next morning. I left early, around 6:30 a.m., and by 9 I was turning off the last paved road. The last part of the drive was through woods with trees so close on either side they scraped the mirrors. The path was more of a hunting trail than a road. The trees were all bare already, just sticks reaching up like ribs, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of wet leaves. After maybe 20 minutes of slow driving, the cabin appeared in the trees like it had grown out of them. It was short and wide, made of logs that had darkened and sagged over the years. No lights, of course. A broken porch that tilted forward like it was giving up. A rusted tin roof with a tree limb sitting on it. A single window cracked, and just a few feet behind it, maybe 50 steps or so, the cemetery. The graveyard was surrounded by a broken iron fence. Some of the posts were bent outwards, others leaning in. Moss grew thick over almost every headstone, and some of them had fallen flat. I counted maybe 20-30 markers in total, most of them unreadable from where I stood. There was no path between the cabin and the graves, no hedge, no line. They just butted up against each other like one wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. I parked the truck in a clearing to the right of the house. The ground was soft. Wet leaves clung to my boots and made that sucking sound when I walked. I unlocked the cabin's front door with the rusted key the owner's lawyer had mailed to our office. Stuck a little but turned. When the door opened, the smell came first. Not rot exactly, but age. Stale wood, mildew, maybe old animals. The inside wasn't big. Just one main room with a small kitchen setup on the left, a stone fireplace in the middle, and a door to a single back room, probably a bedroom. The walls were bare logs inside too. There was a table, 3 chairs, one broken, and a cast iron stove that had rusted almost completely through on the side. I opened the bedroom door. The mattress was nothing but springs and stuffing, all chewed up by mice or raccoons. The walls back there were darker, more moldy. I decided then I'd sleep in the truck. I spent most of that day walking the property. The ground sloped down behind the graveyard into thick woods. No other houses were anywhere in sight, and no cell signal either. I measured the walls, took photos of the cracks in the logs, noted the water damage around the base. The roof seemed okay from the outside, but inside you could tell it had leaked through one whole corner. I climbed up into the attic through a rickety ladder in the back room. It was just storage, old crates, some broken glass jars, nothing useful. There was a big hole in the corner where raccoons had been getting in. I found some droppings and an old nest, but nothing alive. The sun set fast. By 5 it was already almost dark, and the light inside the cabin was useless. I went back to the truck, unrolled the sleeping bag in the back seat, and set up my little cooler and thermos on the passenger side. I ate a cold sandwich and stared through the windshield at the cabin. The headlights made it look worse, like something that shouldn't be real. I killed the lights eventually and tried to sleep, but it was loud out there. Not city loud, nature loud. Twigs cracking, wind blowing through trees. At one point I heard what sounded like someone walking in the leaves. Slow steps, not animals darting, just one step at a time. I sat up, stared out the side window, but saw nothing. I didn't move, didn't even breathe for a few seconds. But after a while, the sound stopped and I convinced myself it was probably a deer, or maybe the wind blowing something across the ground. The next morning, I started cataloging the cemetery. My boss hadn't asked me to, but something about it just felt off. Some of the stones were tilted weird, like they'd been moved or reset, and others were clearly not in rows. I used a small shovel and brush to gently clear the moss from some of the stones. Most had no last names, just first names and years: 1852, 1860, 1871. There were 3 small stones in a row with the same year, 1884, and no names at all, just infant etched into each one. I walked to the far back corner of the cemetery and found one grave that didn't fit. It wasn't overgrown. The soil was darker and looser than the others. The stone was flat, more modern, and just said, E.R. 2009. No first name, no other details. The ground around it was soft, like it had been disturbed more recently. I stepped back, not sure why it bothered me more than the rest, but it did. I went back to the cabin to take some more interior photos. When I pushed open the front door again, something had changed. A chair had moved. The broken one by the fireplace. It had been leaning on its side when I left. Now it was upright. I hadn't touched it. I stood there in the doorway for a long time, staring at it. I told myself maybe it had fallen in the night and landed that way, but it didn't make sense. It hadn't been near anything that could knock it over. Still, I walked in, checked every corner again. The back room, the attic, the crawl space under the house. No footprints, no signs of anything. Later that afternoon, I walked back toward the grave marked E.R. I don't know what I was expecting, but when I got there, the dirt looked changed, like someone had dug a shallow trench across the back edge of the grave. A clean line, maybe 6 feet long. I crouched down and touched the soil. It was still moist, freshly turned. I got up quick and walked back to the truck. Something wasn't right. I locked the doors, sat behind the wheel, and just waited. I didn't want to sleep out there again. I was planning to leave early, but around dusk, something happened that still gives me chills even now. I was sitting in the truck, engine off, windows cracked. The light was almost gone, and I was just watching the front porch. Then I saw movement in the graveyard. Slow, deliberate, like someone walking between the headstones. Not fast, not scared, just moving. I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it that way. Nothing, no shape, no person, just crooked stones and shadows. But then I saw it again to the left. A tall figure, tall and thin, standing behind a tree on the far edge of the fence. Watching, not moving. I stared for what felt like a full minute, then clicked on the flashlight again. And it was gone. No movement, nothing. That night I didn't sleep. I kept the doors locked, flashlight in my lap. Around 2 a.m. I heard footsteps again. Not animal footsteps, heavy, slow human ones. On the wooden porch, boards creaking. One step, then nothing. Another step, then silence. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then something touched the side mirror. Just a light tap, a scrape, then nothing else. When the sun finally came up, I got out, walked to the porch, and saw the footprints. Bare feet, human, in the dirt, right up to the door, then gone. No prints leaving, no other marks. Just 2 long bare footprints in the cold mud, facing the cabin. I packed up everything and left. I didn't take more photos, didn't finish the checklist. I just left. When I got back, I told my boss the place was too far gone. I showed him the interior photos, the cracks, the mold. I said we should recommend demolition. He agreed. A few weeks later, I looked up that grave. E.R. 2009. Turns out, a man named Edward Rollins went missing in 2009 near Somerville. Hiker, never found. No known burial. But the initials matched. The year matched. The family apparently installed a marker near where he disappeared. But no one ever confirmed the body was there. Just a guess. A memorial. I never went back. The cabin was never torn down. Still sits out there, far past the roads, next to that graveyard no one takes care of. I don't know what I saw or who, but I know I wasn't alone out there. And I know something is still living near that cabin, moving through those graves, barefoot and watching. And if you go out there, you'll probably see the same. But if you do, leave. Don't wait. Don't try to explain it. Just leave. My name's Darren. I was 36 when this happened. It was the fall of 2019, just before the weather started turning hard in the north. I'd taken some time off from work. Nothing dramatic, just burned out from long weeks of night shifts and a bad breakup that dragged on too long. I needed to get out, get away from the noise, and breathe somewhere that wasn't surrounded by the gray hum of city life. The place I went to was a small off-grid cabin in the forests of northeastern Minnesota, near the Canadian border. My Uncle Pete used to own it before he passed away, and it had sat mostly unused since. No electricity, no running water, just an old wood stove, a propane lamp, and a cot. It was built solid, though. He'd been a carpenter and proud of his work. The roof didn't leak, the floor didn't creak, and the front door locked with a thick bolt from the inside. It was just remote enough that you didn't see people unless you brought them with you. I packed my old pickup with canned food, bottled water, a little camp stove, and a .38 revolver I kept mostly for peace of mind. I wasn't expecting trouble, but there were wolves and black bears in that part of the state. Plus, the road that led up to the cabin got rough once you passed the last gravel fork, and if you broke down or got stuck, you were on your own. Took most of the day to get up there. I got to the edge of the tree line just before dusk and walked the last quarter mile with my gear strapped to my back. The cabin looked just like I remembered it. Weathered gray siding, small front porch, a rusted axe leaned against the woodpile. The air smelled like pine and damp moss. I got the door open, aired it out a little, then unpacked and got the wood stove going. Took the chill out of the air fast. That night I ate cold chili out of a can and read a paperback under the lantern until I dozed off. There was no sound at all besides the pop of the stove and the wind brushing through the trees outside. That first night was quiet. I slept deep. The next morning I stepped outside to stretch and piss in the brush. Frost covered the grass, and my breath came out in clouds. I walked around the cabin and found tracks in the dirt near the back window. I couldn't tell what they were at first. They weren't boot prints. No tread. Just flat, long, smooth shapes, almost like someone had been barefoot. But they were wide and dragged oddly, like whoever made them was limping or sliding their feet. I told myself they were probably from a deer or even a bear that had walked close. Maybe the shape looked strange because the dirt was soft from rain earlier in the week. Still, it made me uneasy. I didn't like the idea of someone or something creeping around while I slept. I spent that day chopping firewood, fixing up the old latrine behind the cabin, and checking the water barrel that had tipped over from the wind. I tried to stay busy. There was no cell service out there and no radio signal either. By mid-afternoon, the sun dropped behind the trees, and I was back inside with the stove going strong. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a sound I couldn't place right away. It wasn't loud, just sharp and sudden, like something knocking against the wall outside. I froze in my cot and held my breath. Then it happened again. One thump, then silence. I sat up and reached for my flashlight. The stove had gone low, and the cold made my skin tighten. I waited for a while before getting up and quietly slipping on my boots. I moved to the front door and pressed my ear against the wood. Nothing. No wind. No rustling. Just stillness. I slid the bolt and opened the door slowly. The porch creaked under my weight, but there was no one there. I stepped out with the flashlight and swept the beam across the yard, down toward the trees. Nothing moved. Then I noticed something strange near the edge of the brush. It looked like a pile of leaves that had been disturbed. Not scattered, but piled intentionally, like someone had raked them into a low mound. In the middle of nowhere. Night. I didn't go closer. I stood there for a long time with the cold biting my fingers, then stepped back into the cabin and locked the door again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I checked the spot again. The pile was still there, just leaves. Nothing under them, no signs of digging, no trash. But I knew that area had been bare the day before. Something had changed. I started to get that gnawing feeling in the back of my neck. That instinct that something wasn't right, that someone else might be out here, watching. I decided to hike down to where I parked my truck. It was hidden off the side of the old dirt road, under a tarp. Nothing had been touched, but on my way back to the cabin I saw something new. Threadbare fabric tied to a low branch. It was tan or gray, could have been from a coat or shirt. It looked old, sun-bleached and stiff. It wasn't snagged. It was tied. A short, frayed knot. Too intentional to be random. I stayed sharp after that. Kept the gun loaded even inside. Every night I listened. I stopped going far from the cabin during the day. Just small chores, then back in before sundown. I kept the lantern low, the noise minimal. One morning, I stepped outside and found boot prints on the porch. Not mine. They were smaller than mine, more narrow, fresh, maybe even from the night before. They stopped right at the front door, then turned and walked back into the woods. I followed them for a little while, maybe 50 yards, then lost them in the brush. My stomach felt hollow. I'd been here almost 5 days. Whoever this was knew I was here. They knew I was alone. I couldn't risk staying another night. I packed everything I could in 20 minutes. Stove, water, the remaining cans, lantern, and sleeping bag. I didn't care about leaving firewood or whatever scraps behind. I had to get out. As I was locking the door behind me, I looked out across the clearing and saw movement. Just a shape between two trees. Too far to see clearly, but tall, thin, wearing something loose. They weren't walking. They were just standing, watching me. I didn't wait. I bolted down the path toward the truck, nearly tripped twice, heart racing the whole way. I didn't look back until I was inside and had the engine running. I tore the tarp off, threw it in the bed, and reversed onto the trail. The dirt road was rougher than I remembered. Every bump felt like it might throw me off. When I finally hit the gravel stretch, I didn't slow down until I hit the highway miles later. I stayed at a cheap motel that night near Duluth. I kept the gun beside me, barely slept. Every sound from the parking lot outside made my heart jump. I couldn't stop thinking about that figure, about the boots on the porch, the knot in the tree, the pile of leaves. Whoever it was hadn't tried to hurt me, but they hadn't stayed hidden either. They wanted me to know they were there, that they could have come inside, that they were close. The next week, I filed a report with the local sheriff's office, just in case. They shrugged it off, said it was probably squatters or hunters, told me the area's full of loners living off the grid. Nothing they could really do about it. I haven't been back to the cabin since. Sometimes I think about going up there to check on it, maybe even fixing it up and installing a trail cam. But every time I imagine stepping onto that porch again, I picture those boot prints, that still figure in the trees, and I change my mind. That place is theirs now. It was early October of 2016 when I decided to spend a week alone up in northern Idaho, just outside of Wallace. I'd been going through a hard few months after my brother passed away from a stroke. He was only 45, couldn't sleep much, couldn't eat right. People around me noticed I wasn't myself anymore. My boss gave me a week off and told me to go do something with it. So I packed my truck and drove north. I knew about this old hunting cabin my brother and I used to visit when we were younger. It wasn't fancy, just a boxy little wood place we helped fix up in our 20s. It sat about 6 miles off the nearest road, on forest land, tucked behind a slow creek. The roof leaked in places and the windows were cracked, but it was real. There was no signal out there, no electricity, just a rusted out wood stove, 2 cots, and a latched wooden door that dragged when you opened it. I got there in the afternoon. The sky was overcast and thick with gray clouds. I parked where the dirt road ended and carried my gear the last stretch by foot. There was an axe, a backpack, some dry food, a tarp, and a folding cot I brought just in case. The first few hours were peaceful. All I heard were my own boots on the ground, the wind shaking through the pines, and that quiet that only shows up miles from anyone else. Inside, the place was just how I remembered, dusty, worn, still smelling like ash and old pine. I swept out some rat droppings and set up the cot near the back wall where the roof didn't drip. Then I walked to the creek and filled my water containers. My plan was simple. Chop wood, read, write in my journal, and stay off the grid until Sunday. That night, rain started. Not a drizzle either, but real heart-pounding rain. It made the roof pop and hiss, and I couldn't sleep more than a few minutes at a time. I heard branches cracking in the woods. Sometimes it was just wind. Sometimes I wasn't so sure. But I didn't panic. Not then. By day 3, I had a rhythm. I'd boil water, eat oatmeal, walk the edge of the trees, and chop deadfall for firewood. I hadn't seen another person in days. But I did find something strange early that morning. Just past the creek, where there used to be an old wire fence, I saw a beer can. A modern one, still wet with rain. I picked it up. Still cold. Someone else had been around. I looked for footprints, but the ground was too soaked. I didn't think much of it at first. Could have been some local hunter or just someone passing through. Later that night, the rain came back harder. Thunder rolled deep, long booms that shook the old glass in the windows. I stayed inside, made a fire, read a chapter from a book my brother liked. Then something knocked outside. It wasn't loud, just a dull, low thump against the cabin wall, like a shoulder or a fist. But it wasn't wind, I could tell. I turned off my lantern and stayed quiet. I could hear breathing outside, wet, shallow breaths, like someone trying not to be noticed. Then it went quiet. For a long time, I waited an hour before I lit the lantern again. I didn't sleep. When morning came, I checked around the cabin. I found boot prints in the mud near the back wall. They were heavy and deep. Someone had stood there, leaning against the wall. I found a smear too, blood. It was dark and soaked into the wood, still sticky. That day, I hiked back to where I left my truck. I figured if someone was out here bleeding, they'd be looking for help or hiding from something. When I got to the truck, the front windshield was cracked. A long, spidered crack like someone hit it with a rock. But nothing was stolen, not even the tools I left behind the seat. I drove down the slope a bit just to get closer to a signal. When I got a bar, I tried calling the ranger station, but the signal dropped before the call went through. I tried again. Same result. I couldn't get more than a single bar, and even that flickered in and out. Then the rain picked up again, and the dirt road started to pool up. I figured I'd wait it out at the cabin and try again the next day. I backed the truck up to its old spot and walked the gear back down. That night changed everything. I was boiling water when I heard it. Someone dragging something heavy through the brush. I turned off the fire and listened. Came closer, inch by inch. Something was being pulled along the wet leaves and dirt. When I looked through the crack in the door, I saw a man. He wasn't wearing a jacket, just jeans and a long-sleeved shirt soaked through. His right leg was cut up badly. Glass stuck deep into his thigh, shining when lightning flashed. His face was pale, lips bluish, and he limped hard with every step. But what froze me was the way he looked around. Fast, like a hunted animal. He sat down just outside the cabin and started pulling pieces of glass from his leg, one by one with shaking hands. Each time, he gritted his teeth and let out these awful short gasps. Then he did something that made my heart stop. He looked right at the door. I backed away from the crack. Didn't breathe. I didn't know what to do. If he was hurt, he needed help. But something in my gut told me not to open that door. A few minutes passed. Then I heard him move again, circling around the cabin slowly. I locked the inside latch and waited. He didn't try to come in, just paced. I heard him talking to himself, though I couldn't make out words. Not full sentences, just short bursts, whispers, almost like he was rehearsing something. I stayed awake all night, sitting against the far wall with the axe across my lap. By sunrise, he was gone. No trail, no blood, just silence. I thought maybe he crawled off somewhere to die, or maybe he wasn't real. But the next night, he came back. He didn't approach the cabin this time. He just stood out there in the tree line. I saw his shape in the lightning, standing still, watching. I turned the lamp off again and crouched behind a table. I waited, and he stayed. An hour later, I looked again. He was closer, only 20 feet from the door, his legs still bleeding, his shirt soaked. He hadn't moved in total silence, which made no sense. But there he was. I heard a soft knock on the door. Not hard, just enough to say, "I'm here." He knocked again. 5 slow knocks. Then he walked away. The next morning, I followed a trail of blood through the trees. I found where he had slept. Just a makeshift bed of branches under a fallen pine. There were torn strips of cloth, stained red. He'd been trying to stop the bleeding himself.
No bag.
No food. No sign of how he got there. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat with my back to the door, axe ready. When dawn came, I packed everything. I wasn't staying another minute. I strapped the cot to my pack, slung the axe on my belt, and left the cabin locked behind me. I walked straight to the truck and drove until I had a signal. At the ranger station, they didn't believe me at first. Said maybe I was dreaming, maybe I hallucinated from lack of sleep. But they came with me. 2 rangers, armed, drove up with me the next morning. We searched the woods near the cabin, found old blood, pieces of glass, even a bit of skin still stuck to one. But no man, no body. They took photos, filed a report. That was the end of it. But I still see him sometimes, in my dreams, standing outside the door, watching, not dead, not asking for help, just bleeding and staring, like he was waiting for something. I haven't gone back to that cabin since. I left the key with the ranger station, told them they could burn it down for all I cared. I don't camp alone anymore. I don't like being anywhere without a solid lock and a signal. And if you ever find yourself out near Wallace, and you see a man limping, soaked through, pulling glass from his leg, don't open the door. I was 32 that winter. It was early January 2017, and the cold had really started to settle over northern Montana. The snow had come earlier than usual that year, and by the end of December, everything outside had gone quiet under a deep white blanket. I had taken some time off work, a week, maybe 10 days, and decided to head up to a small hunting cabin that belonged to my late uncle. It wasn't much, just a single-room wooden structure with a metal chimney and some old furniture inside. But it had a strong roof, a working wood stove, and it sat way back in the forest near the base of the Swan Range. It was isolated, peaceful, and surrounded by nothing but woods, snow, and silence. I brought my dog along with me, a 6-year-old black Labrador named Buck. He had been with me through a lot, and I never went anywhere in the wild without him. Loyal, smart, quiet. He didn't bark at every little noise and never ran off. I trusted him more than I trusted most people. We loaded up my truck with supplies, including dry firewood, extra propane, canned food, a small radio, a .308 hunting rifle, and enough warm clothes to last me 2 weeks if I needed. I drove out from Kalispell early in the morning while the sky was still gray and the roads were slick from the night's frost. It took a good 2.5 hours, counting the last 5 miles where I had to drive real slow through an unmaintained trail, branches brushing the sides of my truck and snow crunching under the tires. By the time we pulled up to the cabin, I already had that familiar feeling in my chest, a mix of calm and caution that always comes when you know you're out somewhere far from help. The cabin hadn't been used in at least a year. I had been there before, maybe 3 or 4 times, but never alone and never in the dead of winter. The wooden steps creaked under my boots as I walked up and unlocked the heavy front door. Inside, it smelled like coal dust and dry pine. Everything was as I remembered it. A small cot against the far wall, a wooden table with 2 chairs, a potbelly stove, and shelves with old books and canned goods. I checked everything, made sure the chimney was clear, laid down fresh firewood, and got the fire going. Buck wandered around outside, nose to the ground, tail slowly wagging as he explored the clearing. By sunset, the fire was crackling, the cabin was warm, and I had unpacked enough to get through the night. I cooked a can of beef stew on the stove and fed Buck. Afterward, I sat at the table, sipping hot coffee from a metal mug, listening to the sound of the wind pushing gently against the walls. There was no cell service up there, no internet, no power lines. Just the wind, the occasional crack of wood settling, and Buck's steady breathing by the stove. That first night was calm, peaceful even. I fell asleep with my thick coat still on, rifle leaning against the wall by my cot. The next morning, I was up before the sun. I let Buck out to do his business, then stepped outside with him. The cold hit my face like a slap, but the sky was clear and blue. The snow glistened. No signs of animals nearby, no deer tracks, no scat, no sign of movement. Just the untouched snow stretching into the woods. I brewed coffee again and ate a couple of protein bars. Buck stayed close to the cabin, sniffing around, ears up but relaxed. I spent the first couple of days chopping wood, melting snow for water, and walking short trails around the cabin, just to get familiar with the surroundings again. The snow was deep, and I didn't want to stray too far and risk getting turned around. I brought a compass with me each time, but still I kept it close. Buck never left my side. On the third night, just after I had laid down, Buck growled. It wasn't loud, and it didn't last long, but it was enough to make me sit up. His ears were up, body stiff, eyes pointed toward the door. I got up, grabbed the rifle, and stepped over to the window. I couldn't see much. The moon was behind thick clouds, and the snow reflected what little light there was. I opened the door slowly, stepped out onto the porch, and listened. Nothing, just wind in the trees. I stayed there for a while, my breath fogging in the air. Buck didn't bark. He didn't move from the doorway. Eventually, I chalked it up to a squirrel or maybe a raccoon and went back inside. Still, I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I found tracks. They weren't mine. They weren't Buck's. Just a single line of prints, spaced far apart, going from the treeline to the backside of the cabin. I followed them as far as I could. They disappeared into the woods, where the snow got deeper and the trail twisted out of sight. The prints weren't clear enough to make out what kind of boot it was, but it was definitely a boot. Human. The gait was wide, maybe a tall man, but what stood out to me was that they didn't lead in both directions. They came toward the cabin, but there were no prints leaving. I walked a slow circle around the whole cabin, double-checking. The snow was untouched except for my own footprints and these. That didn't sit right with me. Someone had come up to the cabin, possibly while I slept, and vanished. No vehicle tracks, no other sign. That day, I didn't go far. I stayed close, rifle always slung over my shoulder, ears tuned to every sound. Buck was alert too, not afraid, just watching everything more carefully than usual. He'd pause sometimes in the middle of walking and look off into the woods, ears perked and eyes narrow, like he sensed something I didn't. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the fire low and sat in the dark for hours, staring at the windows, listening. Twice I thought I heard snow crunching, but every time I looked outside, I couldn't see anything. Still, I felt watched. It was a heavy kind of quiet, not like normal wilderness quiet. It was like something was holding its breath just outside the cabin walls. On the fifth morning, I found more prints. This time, they circled the cabin. Not once, but 3 times. Whoever it was had walked all the way around the structure, leaving deliberate, wide-spaced boot prints. Again, no prints leading away. It was like they came from the woods, circled, and just disappeared. I checked for any sign of digging, hiding, cover, nothing. It was like whoever it was had vanished into the trees. But people don't just vanish like that. Not in real life. I stayed inside all day. I kept the fire low again and loaded the rifle. I also brought the hatchet inside just in case. Every time I stepped out to let Buck relieve himself, I scanned the tree line. The forest felt closer than usual, like the trees were leaning in. That night was the worst. Buck woke me up with a deep, throaty growl. He was standing at the door, rigid. I got up, heart pounding, and pressed my ear to the wood, and I heard breathing. Not mine, not Buck's. Someone was just outside the door. Not moving, not talking, just standing there and breathing. Slow, calm, steady. I froze for a full minute, listening. Then I backed away from the door and pointed the rifle at it. I waited and waited. Buck didn't move. His eyes were locked on the base of the door. Then the breathing stopped. I threw the door open, gun ready, and aimed into the night. No one was there. Fresh boot prints in the snow, just standing still, no movement, no tracks leaving again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat at the table with the rifle in my lap, staring at the door, ears tuned to every gust of wind. I thought about leaving, but the truck was cold, and I didn't want to get stuck on that narrow trail in the snow with someone possibly following me. I figured I'd stay one more night, just one, then head out early. But that morning I saw something else. Nailed to the back wall of the cabin, high, where I knew it hadn't been before, was a single dead bird. A grouse. Clean, no blood. It had been pinned by something thin, maybe a nail or a sharpened stick, right into the wood. There were no prints near it. Nothing. Buck didn't want to go near it. That was enough. I packed everything up in 20 minutes, threw my gear into the truck, tossed snow on the fire, locked the cabin, and got out of there. As I drove down the trail, I looked in the rearview mirror constantly. Buck sat alert in the passenger seat, eyes on the trees. The forest felt different that day. I don't know how to explain it. Just heavy, like it didn't want me there. I made it back to Kalispell without seeing another soul. I never went back to that cabin. I haven't even been near that area since. I don't know who was out there or what they wanted, but it wasn't an animal. It wasn't random. Someone had been watching the cabin, walking in circles around it, coming up to the door in the middle of the night, and leaving things. And the strangest part is there were never any exit tracks. Just one set, coming in, and then gone. That winter changed something in me. I still go into the woods, still camp, still hunt, but not alone. Never alone, and never without Buck. He's older now, slower, but that trip, those nights in the snow, they did something to him too. Every time I light a fire in the woods, he watches the darkness like it's waiting to move, and I do the same. It was the second week of October, 2023, when I drove north into Minnesota alone. The weather had turned early, and the trees were shedding fast. Maples were nearly bare, and the ground was soaked with orange and brown leaves. I remember watching them swirl in little circles on the cracked asphalt as I pulled off Highway 61 and onto a dirt road I hadn't driven in almost a decade. It had been 7 years since I last saw Ron, my ex-husband, and just over a month since I got the call that he'd passed. Heart failure, 48 years old and still chopping his own firewood. That's how the officer described it when he called me. Said Ron had been living alone for the last couple of years. No next of kin but me. No kids, no siblings, no real friends left either. He always kept people at arm's length. I hadn't planned to go back. Not ever. But the county mailed me a bunch of paperwork saying I inherited the land. 3 acres with an old cabin tucked between a half-frozen stream and a thick wall of pine. I ignored it for weeks, but something kept tugging at me. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe I just needed to see it all one last time before I sold it or burned it to the ground. The road leading to the place was worse than I remembered. Deep ruts filled with muddy water. Branches leaning so low I had to drive with one hand swiping them off the windshield. It took 20 minutes to cover that last mile. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. I didn't even know why I was so tense yet. It was just a cabin, just a damn building sitting in the woods. But the closer I got, the more wrong everything started to feel. The first thing I noticed was how overgrown it all was. The grass out front was waist high. I parked next to a rotting woodpile and stepped out into the cold air. It smelled like wet moss and mildew. The wind was sharp and constant, pulling at my coat. The old birdhouse Ron had nailed to a post by the porch was tilted sideways, split from years of weather. One of the porch steps was caved in, and the handrail had fallen off completely, but it was still standing. The cabin was exactly how I remembered it. Small, dark brown, single level with a green metal roof. The windows were cloudy, like they were holding in the past. I dug the key out of the envelope the county had sent and walked up the steps slowly, avoiding the broken one. The door stuck a little but opened with a dry creak. The smell hit me right away. A sour mix of damp wood, mouse droppings, and old coffee grounds. Something in it made my stomach turn. Inside, it looked like Ron had just stopped living. The wood stove was cold, but there was a half-burnt log still inside it. A chipped coffee mug sat on the table, dry ring around the bottom. There was a flannel jacket thrown over the back of a chair and a pile of dirty dishes in the sink. He must have died just going about his day. Just dropped. I stared at that mug for a long time. We used to drink from the same ones when we lived here together. I started cleaning right away. I couldn't stand the clutter. I tossed out the old food, bagged up the garbage, and opened the windows for air, even though it made the place freezing. I found the bedding still on the mattress, same wool blanket we bought at the general store in town 15 years ago. His smell was still on it. I opened all the drawers in the kitchen, flipped through the few books left on the shelf. He'd left almost everything exactly how we had it. But there were new things too, weird things. Stacks of old newspapers with circles drawn in red pen. Little spiral notebooks filled with strange notes, numbers, names, street addresses. I didn't recognize any of it. One entry said something like, "Lights in the woods again. 3:14 a.m. Humming noise low to the ground." Another read, "Don't drink from the well? Sulfur?" I tossed those aside after a while. He always was obsessive. That was part of why we split up. It wasn't until the sun started to dip that I realized how bad the silence out there really was. There were no birds.
No crickets.
Just the wind slipping between trees and tapping against the cabin's walls. I lit a few candles and fired up the wood stove. The power had been shut off for who knows how long. My phone had no signal. That first night, I slept in the old bed fully clothed, knife under the pillow, dog at my feet. I should have mentioned I brought Milo, my lab. He's 7, good temperament, always alert but not aggressive. He stayed close to me that whole first day. I figured it was just the unfamiliar setting. But later that night, I woke to him growling low, steady. It was around 2 a.m. I sat up slowly and listened. Nothing at first. But then there were steps on the porch, soft, deliberate. My heart started thudding in my chest. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. Milo growled again, ears up, hackles raised. The steps stopped just outside the door. Then silence. Long silence. I could hear the fire popping behind the stove grate. I waited for maybe 10 minutes before I got up and moved slowly toward the door. I peeked through the side window. Nothing.
No flashlight beam.
No car.
No boots.
No tracks on the dirt. I locked the door if it wasn't already, then dragged a chair in front of it and sat there with my knife in hand until sunrise. Next day, I tried to tell myself it was an animal. Deer maybe, but deer don't walk like that. And Milo doesn't growl at deer. I spent most of that day outside, clearing the path to the well and checking the small shed behind the cabin. The shed was padlocked. I didn't have a key. I found an old crowbar and pried it open. It stank worse in there, like old oil and something metallic. Inside were tools, a hunting bow, a few gas cans, and several sealed cardboard boxes. I opened the top one. Inside were dozens of cassette tapes, all labeled by date. I had no way to play them, but the dates went back over 10 years. The second box was full of photographs, all printed, not digital. I flipped through them. They weren't family pictures. They were all of the woods, trees, open fields, the stream, same places taken over and over at different times, different light, different weather. One of the last photos in the stack stopped me cold. It was taken from the front porch, and in the trees, far back but clear, there was a figure, a man, standing completely still, wearing dark clothes, facing the cabin. I looked at the date, September 13th, 2023, 2 weeks before Ron died. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the fire going and sat by the window with Milo, who barely left my side now. The silence outside felt thick, like sound was being swallowed up. Around midnight, I saw something move out near the treeline. Not fast, just a slow shift between shadows. Milo stiffened again. I didn't go outside. I didn't open the door. I just watched, and whoever or whatever it was didn't come closer. By morning, I'd made my decision. I wasn't staying another night. I packed fast, barely touched my coffee, stuffed everything useful into the back of the car. Before I left, I took one last look around the cabin. I had this strange feeling, not sadness, not nostalgia, but a deep, twisting discomfort, like I'd missed something important, something right in front of me. I walked out back to check the shed again before I left. Not sure why. The lock was back on the door, the same one I had broken 2 days ago. That broke me. I backed away, heart racing, and didn't stop until I was in the car with Milo in the passenger seat, shaking. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I haven't gone back. I signed the papers, sold the land for next to nothing to some logging outfit that probably bulldozed it all. Good riddance. The police didn't care when I called. Said it was just squatters, maybe hunters. You were just on edge, they told me. It was remote. You were alone. But I know what I felt. I know how Milo reacted. I know what I saw in that photograph. Someone was watching Ron. Maybe for a long time. And maybe Ron knew. Maybe those tapes explain more, I'll never know. I think sometimes about how he changed those last few years. About those notebooks and his warnings. Maybe he wasn't crazy. Maybe he just knew something I didn't. All I know is this. If you inherit land in the woods from someone you haven't spoken to in years, let it rot. Some places don't need to be visited again. And some cabins should stay empty. Forever. I was 32 when I decided to take a break from everything and spend a few weeks up north in a small cabin in Minnesota. It was late September of 2018. The air was just starting to cool, and the leaves had turned that mix of orange, red, and pale yellow that made the forest glow in the afternoons. I had been working too many hours at my job in Kansas City, and after my older brother passed away suddenly in a car accident the year before, something in me just wanted out for a while. I needed quiet. I needed the woods. The cabin wasn't anything special. A friend of mine from college had bought some land outside a small town called Winton, near the edge of Superior National Forest. He'd built the place with his uncle, just a plain one-room setup with a front porch, wood stove, and a cot. No electricity, no running water, just a hand pump outside and an outhouse about 30 yards off into the trees. He let me use it for free. All I had to do was bring my own supplies and clean up after myself. I packed my old Jeep Liberty with dry goods, some water jugs, sleeping gear, a propane stove, and enough books and notebooks to keep me busy. I also brought my .30-30 Marlin rifle, mainly for peace of mind. I'd grown up around guns and didn't think much about bringing one into the woods. Out there, you never knew when you might run into a bear, a coyote, or something worse. The first few days were peaceful. I fell into a rhythm. I'd get up with the sun, boil water for instant coffee, take short hikes, and spend most of the day reading, writing, or chopping firewood. The nights were colder than I expected, and the wind cut through the trees in long, low moans. But it was quiet, the kind of quiet I hadn't felt in years. No sirens, no traffic, no people shouting on their phones. Just the sound of the woods and my own thoughts. By the end of the first week, I started noticing small things that made me feel off, even if I didn't want to admit it at the time. One morning, I found the pump handle outside half unscrewed. I always locked it into place after use out of habit. I chalked it up to forgetting. Another afternoon, while I was hiking a trail I hadn't been on yet, I spotted something hanging from a birch tree. A rabbit's foot, dried and tied with twine. It was strange, but I figured maybe someone had put it there for trapping or luck. I left it alone, but by the 10th day, I wasn't sleeping well. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, thinking I'd heard something. Branches cracking, soft movement in the leaves. Could have been deer, I told myself, or raccoons. Still, I started keeping the rifle loaded next to my cot. On the 12th morning, I found footprints near the cabin. Not boot prints either. These were bare feet, long and narrow, maybe a size 11 or 12. The ground was damp from rain the night before, and the prints were fresh, not more than a few hours old. They circled around the cabin and then trailed off into the woods. I stared at them for a long time. My heart felt tight in my chest. I knew they weren't mine. I checked the Jeep. Everything inside was untouched. I looked through the cabin, then stood on the porch, scanning the trees. Nothing. I thought about leaving that day, but something about that idea made me feel worse. Like if I rushed out of there, I'd be leaving some part of myself behind. I told myself maybe it was just a hunter who got lost and wandered through. I didn't really believe it, but it was easier than accepting the alternative. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up with the rifle across my lap, listening to every shift in the wind, every groan of the trees. Around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard something brush against the far wall of the cabin. Something soft but deliberate, like the palm of a hand sliding across the wood. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just sat there in the dark, my pulse hammering in my ears. Eventually, whatever it was went quiet, and I sat that way until the sky turned gray. In the daylight, I walked around the cabin and saw nothing. No marks, no prints, no broken branches. But I knew what I'd heard, and I couldn't keep pretending it was my imagination. I started keeping track of everything from that point forward. I logged the times I heard movement outside, the sounds that didn't belong, and the odd items I'd find. Rocks stacked on top of each other behind the outhouse. A piece of rusted wire twisted into a figure 8 and left on the porch railing. I even found a single torn page from a phone book left under my cot. My skin crawled when I realized it wasn't from any book I'd brought with me. On the 15th day, I hiked a bit deeper into the woods than usual, just trying to clear my head. That's when I found the shack. It was hidden behind a line of thick spruce trees, maybe a 20-minute walk northeast of my cabin. It was smaller than mine, barely more than a hunting blind, but built from old gray planks and metal scraps. The roof was sagging. A bucket lay overturned next to the door, and the windows were covered in black trash bags held up with duct tape. I didn't go inside. I didn't even step closer. I stood there, looking at it, feeling like I'd walked into someone else's nightmare. I turned around and walked straight back to my cabin, faster than I'd planned, heart pounding. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I dragged the cot against the door and set up a few makeshift alarms. Empty cans strung with fishing line across the porch and a few more tied between trees. Around 3 in the morning, one of them went off. I heard the cans rattle and clink, sharp and sudden. I grabbed the rifle and crawled to the window. I couldn't see much, just the shapes of trees and dark shadows moving slowly. I didn't fire. I waited. The movement stopped, and the woods went quiet again. I stayed by the window until the sun came up. I went out to check the alarms. One had been triggered, line broken, can scattered. There were more prints in the dirt, this time closer to the door. Bare feet again. A few feet from the porch, I saw something else. A strip of fabric nailed to a tree. It looked like denim, maybe from a jacket or old jeans. Someone had drawn a circle in charcoal across it, with what looked like a smear of dried blood underneath. I didn't touch it. That day, I packed my gear. All of it. I filled the Jeep, double-checked the tires, and loaded the rifle. I didn't care about the peaceful escape anymore. I didn't even tell my friend. I was done. On the drive out, the dirt road twisted through the forest for miles. Trees leaned close on either side, like they were hiding something behind them. I was about 2 miles from the main road when I saw the man. He was standing at the edge of the trees, maybe 20 feet off the trail. Tall, barefoot, shirtless. His face was mostly hidden by tangled black hair, and his skin was dirty like he'd been sleeping in the dirt. He didn't move. He just watched me pass. I didn't slow down. I didn't look back. I drove through the night, straight to Duluth, where I got a cheap motel and stayed for 2 nights. I didn't tell the police. I didn't tell anyone. What could I say? That I went to a cabin and a barefoot man watched me sleep for a week? It's been years now. I've never gone back to that part of Minnesota. I still get nervous camping anywhere too remote, even when it's a proper campsite, even when I'm not alone. Something changed in me after that trip. The woods don't feel the same anymore. They don't feel peaceful. Sometimes I think about that shack behind the trees and wonder who built it. I wonder how long they'd been living there. I wonder what they wanted. Or maybe they didn't want anything. Maybe they were just watching. But the thing I think about most is how many nights I slept in that cabin, thinking I was alone. It was the fall of 2013 when I decided to take a break from everything. I had just turned 34. I was living in central Wyoming at the time, working long shifts at a warehouse, mostly night hours, and it was wearing me down in ways I hadn't noticed until I started forgetting small things, like where I parked my car or whether I'd already eaten. I'd always been the kind of guy who handled things alone, so when I started to feel the walls closing in, I didn't reach out to anybody. I just packed my truck, bought a week's worth of food, a small propane stove, and drove north without much of a plan. I remembered a spot I had heard about from a guy I used to work with at a logging company in Montana years back. He mentioned Cold Pine Hollow, this stretch of woods not far from the Wyoming-Montana border where his dad used to hunt. Said there were old logging roads, unused trails, and a few forgotten cabins from the 50s scattered deep in the trees. It stuck with me all these years. I don't even know why, but when I thought about escaping, that was the first place that came to mind. Something about how he described it, quiet, empty, no reception, sounded perfect. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just drove. By the time I reached the outskirts of Cold Pine Hollow, it was already evening. The temperature had dropped fast as the sun slid behind the peaks. I drove down a gravel road until it started looking more like an old logging path than something meant for a vehicle. Still, I kept pushing. I had a full tank of gas, chains in the back, and a shovel. I figured I'd be fine. About 2 miles down that trail, I saw what looked like a break in the trees. I pulled over, got out, and walked about 200 yards through overgrown weeds and brush until I saw it. A small wooden cabin, weathered and crooked-looking, half covered in dead branches and pine needles. Its roof sagged in the middle, and the windows were all covered with flaking wood panels nailed from the outside. But the door hung open slightly. The place looked like it had been swallowed by the forest, forgotten completely. Something about it just felt right. Not comfortable, just right. I decided to use it as my shelter for the week. I cleared out the space around the entrance, removed a few rotted boards from one window so I could get some light in, then laid down a tarp and my sleeping bag inside. There was a small, rusted cast iron stove in one corner, still intact. I even found a few old tin cans in a cupboard, but I didn't trust them. I had brought my own food anyway. Everything felt manageable, at least for that first night. The next morning, I explored the area around the cabin. The forest was thick and sloped, filled with pine and spruce, most of them towering over me like giants. There were game trails everywhere, some deep enough to be mistaken for old human paths. A couple of them looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. I found the rusted frame of a truck maybe a half-mile away from the cabin, sunken into the ground like it had been there since the Eisenhower years. Vines and moss had climbed through the grill, and trees had grown up around it. That kind of isolation, it made me feel like I had dropped off the map. I liked it. The first 2 days were uneventful. I spent my time walking the trails, writing in a small notebook I'd brought, cooking simple meals, and listening to the wind rattle the treetops. There were no other people, no signs of anything modern, no cell signal.
No overhead planes.
It was like the forest had swallowed time. But on the third night, something changed. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning. I had been asleep but woke up suddenly. Not from a nightmare, just something that clicked inside me like an alarm. I couldn't figure out what it was at first. The stove had gone cold, and the temperature had dropped. I sat up inside my sleeping bag and listened. First, I heard nothing. Then I realized that was exactly it. Nothing. No wind.
No distant owls.
No creaking of the trees. Just silence so thick it rang in my ears. Then I heard a sound. It wasn't loud. Just a soft, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled slowly through the dry pine needles outside. It moved past the side of the cabin, too steady to be an animal. I held my breath. The sound didn't stop. It scraped along the wall right outside the boarded window. I reached for my flashlight and held it tight in my hand, not turning it on yet. The sound faded for a moment, then returned on the opposite wall, where the window boards had a gap between them. I got up slowly, staying low, and peeked through the space. Nothing. It was too dark to make anything out beyond a few feet. I sat back down and waited, flashlight still off. The sound didn't come back. After a long time, maybe an hour, I laid back down, but I didn't sleep again until the sun came up. I told myself it could have been a tree branch dragging in the wind, or maybe a porcupine or something bigger like an elk brushing against the structure. But the way it moved, slow and steady and deliberate, it didn't sit right with me. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. There were no drag marks, no footprints. The pine needles were undisturbed. But on the far side of the cabin, just near the window I had unboarded, I noticed a small pile of pebbles, clean, smooth, round, placed in a near-perfect circle. I hadn't put those there. That day I walked farther than I had before, hoping to shake the strange feeling. I hiked about 3 miles out and came across a clearing with a collapsed hunting blind at the edge. In the center of the clearing was a tree that had been stripped of bark in a spiral pattern, from its base up to about 6 feet high, clean and smooth, like it had been sanded down. I stood staring at it for a while. It made no sense. I've seen animal markings on trees before, bear scratches, claw marks, but this wasn't like that. This was controlled, intentional. I didn't stay out much longer after that. I made my way back toward the cabin slowly. All the while, I kept feeling like I was being watched. Not in a paranoid way, just something gnawing at the back of my mind, like a shadow I couldn't catch. That night, I locked myself inside. Not that there was much to lock with. I jammed a metal rod into the crack of the door and pushed an old dresser in front of it. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want anything or anyone seeing light through the cracks. I laid awake until deep into the night. That same dragging sound came back, but this time it was faster, more like pacing, around and around the cabin. Sometimes it paused, then started again. I never turned on the flashlight. I didn't want to draw attention to where I was. I stayed still, heart pounding so hard I thought it might echo through the walls. Then I heard breathing, low, rhythmic breathing, just outside the wall behind my head. Not animal breathing, human. Calm, steady, and close. I stayed frozen for over an hour. When the sound stopped, I still didn't move. To first light, I packed everything. I didn't eat, didn't clean up. I just shoved my gear into the bag, took a last look at the cabin, and started the walk back to my truck. I didn't even bother checking the area around the cabin this time. It took me 2 hours to get back to where I had parked. My truck had been moved. Not far, maybe 10 feet, but it was obvious. The tires had fresh mud clumps, and the angle was off, like someone had tried to drive it, then stopped. I checked the doors. They were unlocked. I never leave my doors unlocked. The ignition was untouched, but inside the cab on the passenger seat was another pile of small pebbles, laid out in a line. I don't know how I drove out of there without losing it. I gripped the wheel so tight my fingers cramped. I didn't stop until I was over 50 miles away, in a small diner just outside of Billings. I sat in that booth for 2 hours, sipping burnt coffee, just watching the cars go by. That whole time, I kept thinking, someone had been watching me, the whole time, maybe even before I got there. I never told anyone about it. I didn't want to deal with the questions or the looks. I just told people I went camping and cut it short. I left the details out. But since then, I've had nightmares. Not the kind with monsters or anything dramatic. Just quiet dreams where I'm back in that cabin, and I hear the breathing again. Calm, steady, human. And every time I wake up, I check my windows. I lock my doors 3 times. I stopped going into the woods. I sold my truck. I even moved to another state. But sometimes, on certain nights, I still wake up for no reason, sweating and listening. And I swear I can hear that dragging sound. I was 32 when I stayed in that old cabin up in Idaho, about an hour and a half from the town of Salmon, somewhere deep in the forest, past where the last road even shows up on GPS. It was fall of 2017. Leaves had started turning orange and yellow, and most tourists had already left the trails behind for the year. I had taken time off work, just wanted to be alone. I was living in Boise back then, working a security job at a warehouse. 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week. Needed a break before I broke. The cabin wasn't mine. It belonged to a guy I barely knew, Jake, a friend of a friend who said I could use it for a few days if I just left it clean. I only met him once at a cookout. He scribbled the directions down on a paper plate. Said the place didn't have power or water, but there was a stream nearby and the wood stove worked fine. That's all I needed. I packed up my gear, heavy sleeping bag, food that didn't spoil easy, my old .38 revolver I kept mostly for snakes and the occasional dog, a water filter pump, and my hunting knife. I wasn't planning to hunt, but I always carried it when I was alone outdoors. You never know. The drive took most of the day. Paved roads turned into gravel, and gravel turned into dirt. I stopped a few times to check the paper plate, trying to match Jake's rough arrows and turns to the unmarked splits in the road. It was almost sunset when I finally spotted the little path leading off to the right, hidden behind a bend and barely visible unless you were looking for it. The cabin looked like it had been built in the 1950s. Wood was gray and dry. The windows had no curtains, just old wood shutters nailed open. It stood on short stilts, maybe 2 feet off the ground. There was a tiny porch with a broken step and a fire pit off to the side that hadn't been used in a while. I parked the truck close and sat for a while, looking at it. The place was dead quiet, not even the usual sound of birds, just wind in the trees. Inside, it was simple. One room, old wood floor, some uneven boards that creaked when you stepped. A cot with a thin mattress. Wood stove. Rusted axe leaned in the corner. I unpacked, lit a candle, and boiled some stream water. Ate cold beans out of a can and watched the trees outside go dark through the window. That first night wasn't bad. Cold, but nothing strange. I'd been alone in the woods a lot. Used to camp solo during high school, even spent a week alone on the Oregon coast once. So I wasn't nervous or jumpy. I read by flashlight until my eyes burned and then passed out. The second night was different. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure why. I just opened my eyes and felt this weird pressure in my chest. Not pain, just like something heavy was sitting inside me. The cabin was quiet. No wind, no creaking, nothing. I stayed still and listened. Then I heard a sound under the floor. It wasn't loud, just a small scuffle, like fingers brushing wood. It moved from one end of the cabin to the other, slow, like someone crawling. I thought maybe it was a raccoon or a big rat. The space under the cabin was only about 2 feet high, not enough for anything big. I sat up in bed, didn't turn on the light, just listened. The sound stopped under my bed and stayed there for maybe a full minute. No movement, just still. Then, slow as hell, it started to move back toward the far wall. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it through a gap in the floorboard near the stove. I couldn't see anything, just dirt and dry leaves. I told myself it was probably some small animal looking for heat. Still, I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, checking for signs. The crawl space had no hatch or door, but I could see under it from the back. Nothing there. No paw prints, no droppings, nothing disturbed. The ground looked flat and dry. That part made no sense. Whatever had moved under there didn't leave a single mark. Still, I brushed it off. Spent the day walking. Found some elk tracks and a deer skull half buried in moss. The air smelled like pine and smoke. I tried to enjoy it. Made a fire that night and sat outside until the stars came out. Thought maybe I was just being paranoid. But it happened again the third night. Same time, same sound. Slow movement underneath, stopping under my bed again. This time I had the flashlight ready. I got down on the floor and aimed it through the same crack. Nothing, but I could hear breathing. Soft, shallow, almost like someone trying not to be heard. My own breathing got louder just from trying to stay still. I didn't sleep after that. I kept the revolver next to me, loaded and close. I didn't want to fire it unless I had to, but I also wasn't going to pretend nothing was wrong. On the fourth day, I decided to go home. Something wasn't right. I packed most of my gear before sundown and planned to leave first light. Still had enough gas to make it back. But then it started raining, and the dirt road turned into a mess. I didn't want to risk getting stuck overnight out there. I figured one more night wouldn't kill me. I was wrong. It rained hard all night. Thunder, heavy winds. The kind of storm that makes you feel like the trees are gonna split in half. Around 3 a.m., I heard a new sound. Not crawling, not under the floor. This time it came from outside. It was footsteps. They were slow, heavy. Not boots, bare feet. You can tell. The way the step lands soft and then presses down. They circled the cabin once. I held my breath and waited. Gun in my hand. Heart thumping so loud I was sure it could be heard outside. Then I heard them stop right at the front porch. The old wood step creaked. It didn't break. It didn't collapse. Creaked. Something was on it. Right there. I waited.
No knock.
No voice. Just that awful silence. Then something scraped against the door. Like fingers again, but harder this time. Dry. I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe a few minutes. Then silence again. I stayed up until daylight. When I finally stepped outside, I looked at the porch. Muddy prints. Long barefoot. Toes were off. Too long, too thin. Like someone had been barefoot for too long. Nails chipped and cracked. I followed them around the side of the cabin. They led straight to the woods, then vanished after 20 feet, like whoever made them just disappeared mid-step. No signs of running.
No dragging.
Just gone. I packed the rest of my stuff in 10 minutes. Didn't bother cleaning up. Didn't care. I just wanted to be gone. The drive back was rough. My tires spun in the mud, and I almost slid into a tree. I finally made it back to pavement near noon. I told myself I'd stop by the guy's place, Jake, to tell him something was wrong with the cabin. But I didn't. I just kept driving. Straight home. Locked the doors. Slept with the lights on. Later, I tried to explain it. Maybe it was some guy living out in the woods. Some sick survivalist or old squatter who didn't like strangers. That made sense. Maybe he had a hole dug under the cabin. Maybe he waited for people to show up and just messed with them, scared them off. Or maybe he was living under there the whole time, watching. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints. The size, the shape, the way they just vanished. It didn't add up. A week later, I saw something online, a local blog out of Salmon. Some hiker claimed they saw a skinwalker near the river, crawling, not walking. Looked like a man, but wrong. Arms too long. Face looked peeled back. Said it followed them for half a mile, then slipped into the trees. People in the comments laughed it off. Said it was a meth head or a local prank. I didn't laugh. I never told anyone what happened at the cabin. Not my friends. Not my family. I didn't want the story. I didn't want people asking. But I think about it every time I hear something at night. Every time I wake up for no reason. Every time I hear something under the floor or see movement where there shouldn't be any. And I never went back to the woods alone after that. It was November of 2014, and I had taken a week off from work to spend some time up north at an old hunting cabin near Ely, Minnesota. I was 33 at the time, living in Duluth, and worked in construction. The season had slowed down because of early snow, and I figured it was the perfect time to take my rifle up to the woods, maybe get a buck, and more importantly, clear my head. The cabin belonged to my Uncle Mark, though he hadn't been up there in years. He let me use it whenever I wanted, said the place needed someone to breathe life into it once in a while. I had been there once as a teenager with my dad, and even back then, it was rough. No electricity, no plumbing, just 4 walls, a roof, and a cast iron wood stove. That was all I needed. I packed up the essentials: ammo, hunting gear, sleeping bag, a cooler with food and ice, a jerrycan of water, and a small axe. I brought my Marlin 336, A.30-30 lever action. Nothing fancy but reliable. The drive took almost 5 hours, most of it on paved roads until the last stretch, where I had to take a narrow logging trail that cut through miles of pine and birch woods. I drove an old Ford F-150 that didn't mind a few bumps. By the time I reached the cabin, it was late afternoon. The temperature had dropped to the low 20s, and a thin crust of snow covered the ground. I parked about 30 feet from the cabin, killed the engine, and stepped out into dead silence. Not even birds, just the crunch of snow under my boots and the creak of the truck door. I unlocked the cabin, swung the door open, and was immediately hit with the smell of old wood, dried out mice nests, and musty air. It hadn't been used in a long time. I spent the rest of that day sweeping the floor, knocking ice off the woodpile outside, and getting the stove burning. I nailed an old sleeping bag over the broken window in the back room and made sure the door could lock from the inside. I ate a cold sandwich, drank some water, and laid down early. The plan was to hike out before first light and post up near a ridge I remembered from when I was a teenager. I spotted deer there back then. That night, I didn't sleep great. Every creak of the wood stove, every gust of wind made me lift my head. I chalked it up to being alone in the middle of nowhere, which I wasn't used to anymore. I finally drifted off sometime around midnight. I woke up in the dark and lit the lantern. After a quick bite, I dressed and stepped out with my rifle slung across my shoulder. It was cold, much colder than I expected. The sky was overcast, and snow was drifting down in small flakes. I hiked for nearly an hour in silence, moving through the trees, stopping every so often to listen. The forest was still. Eventually, I reached the ridge and settled into position. There was a small patch of clearing about 50 yards downhill that gave me a decent view. I sat there for hours. No sign of anything, not even squirrel tracks. It was dead quiet. The snow didn't stop falling. I started to feel uneasy. Something about the stillness felt too heavy. But I stayed. Around noon, I gave up. My feet were frozen, and my gut told me to head back. I retraced my steps and reached the cabin before the snow got heavier. I made a fire, heated up some soup, and tried to relax. But I couldn't shake the strange quiet of the woods. I'd hunted before, Wyoming, Michigan, even here in Minnesota, and there was always movement, always birds, even if nothing big showed up. But not here. That night, I went outside to take a leak before bed. I stepped off the porch and walked around the side of the cabin. That's when I saw the tracks. They weren't mine. They circled the cabin. They came from the woods and went around the back, near the window I had covered. They looked like boot prints. Big ones too, heavier and wider than mine. They weren't fresh, maybe from earlier in the day, but still clear. No sign of snow covering them yet. I stood there staring at them, my stomach tight. I looked around. Nothing but the trees. But I felt eyes on me. Like when you know someone's watching from somewhere dark, and you can't prove it. I went back inside, locked the door, and pushed the small table up against it. I didn't sleep. I just sat up with my rifle across my lap, the lantern low, listening to the wind press against the cabin walls. In the morning, I checked again. The tracks were covered lightly with snow, so I knew they weren't from that night. But I also noticed something else. They weren't just walking past. Whoever it was had stopped at the back window. There were marks in the snow, like someone stood there for a while, maybe crouched, watching. I thought about leaving, packing up and going home, but part of me felt like I was being stupid. Probably just some hunter or a trapper who'd wandered through and seen the cabin.
No harm.
That's what I told myself. I went out hunting again that day, but I didn't wander far. I stayed within a quarter mile of the cabin and didn't see anything. Not even tracks. And the whole time I kept checking over my shoulder. I returned early, with enough light to double-check the area around the cabin. Nothing new.
No prints.
I added more wood to the stove, ate jerky, and sat with my back to the wall. Around sunset, I heard something. It was soft. A crack, then a shuffle. I killed the lantern and waited. Another crack. It was wood. Something stepped on a branch. I sat still for 20 minutes. Then I heard it again, off to the left side of the cabin. Close. Too close. I moved slow, picked up my rifle, and crawled toward the back wall where the covered window was. The wind was picking up now, making it harder to hear. I crouched there in the dark and waited. And then, like someone was dragging something heavy through snow, I heard a long, scraping sound. It circled the cabin. My chest was tight, ears straining. The wind howled once, then settled. Then I heard it. Something hit the front of the cabin. Just once. A thud. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. When I finally built the nerve to peek out, there was nothing. I didn't sleep that night either. By the fourth day, I was a wreck. I packed everything up by noon and loaded the truck. I decided to take a longer way out to avoid the washed-out section of the trail I came in on. It added a few miles, but I wanted to be away from that place. I drove slow, checking my mirrors too often. At one point, I noticed something in the road up ahead. I slowed down. It looked like some kind of bundle, like clothes or gear, lying in the middle of the trail. I stopped about 15 feet away. It wasn't gear. It was a dead raccoon, gutted, split open from neck to tail. Its insides were missing. It was laid out clean as if placed there. I drove around it without getting out. I didn't look back. By the time I hit paved road again, it was dark. I didn't stop until I hit the first gas station near Virginia, Minnesota. I filled up, bought coffee, and sat in the parking lot for a long time. I never told anyone in detail what happened out there. I just said I didn't see any deer and cut the trip short. I haven't been back to that cabin since. 2 years later, in 2016, I heard from my cousin that someone had broken into the place and trashed it. Windows smashed, walls carved up with what looked like a knife. There was something written on the inside of the door, but he didn't say what. The only thing he told me was this: there weren't any footprints in the snow except inside. I was 32 the summer I took a week off from work and drove up north into the edge of Northumberland National Park. It was mid-2017, and I'd just been through a stretch of really long work weeks. I wasn't married, I didn't have any kids, and I lived alone in a small flat in Leeds, so when I needed a break, I usually just packed a bag, filled up the tank, and found somewhere quiet for a few days. I didn't have a lot of hobbies, but I liked hiking, and I liked the peace of being out in the middle of nowhere where your phone didn't buzz every 5 minutes. That week, I'd rented a cabin I'd found on an old travel forum. It wasn't on any of the usual booking sites, just a recommendation someone had made in a thread about remote UK cabins. A man had posted about it a few years back and said it was owned by a private family and sometimes they let people stay there for cheap. It wasn't luxury, but it was quiet and far from other people. Sounded perfect. I emailed the contact listed in the post, and a day later, I got a response from a woman named Elaine. She just asked what week I wanted, gave me a price, and asked me to send the money through a transfer. It was cheap, only £160 for 6 nights. That should have been a red flag, but I didn't question it. I sent the payment, and she replied with some rough instructions on how to get there. No proper address, just a printed sheet she emailed me with a Google Maps pin, landmarks to follow, and a phone number in case I got lost. On Sunday morning, I loaded up my car, filled the tank, and left the city. The drive took longer than I thought. It was mostly motorway at first, but once I passed through Hexham and started winding into the countryside, the roads narrowed and turned more rural. By the time I reached the final few miles, I wasn't even sure my car should have been on those paths. Trees leaned overhead. Grass grew thick along the sides of the single-track road. I passed a couple of old farmhouses, some broken fences, and not much else. It took me about 40 minutes from the last real village to finally reach the wooden gate that marked the start of the cabin's drive. There was no sign, just a gate and a gravel path that cut into a dense stretch of trees. I stopped the car, got out, opened the gate, and drove through slowly. The gravel crackled under the tires, birds moved up in the trees, and I remember that first moment feeling really calm, like I'd found the right place. The cabin itself wasn't big. It was tucked between tall pines, maybe 30 or 40 yards off the gravel track. It had one main room with a small bed pushed into the corner, a table, 2 chairs, a fireplace, and a tiny kitchen space with a fridge and old gas stove. The bathroom was attached to the back, a small toilet and shower with barely enough pressure to rinse off. There was a narrow porch out front, and behind the cabin the trees thickened and dropped down toward a valley I couldn't see much of because of the dense summer leaves. There were no other buildings, no other cabins, No signs of campers or hikers, just that small wooden place in the middle of tall trees and silence. I unloaded my stuff, made the bed, and sat on the porch that evening, drinking a can of lager and listening to the trees move with the breeze. My phone had no signal. The air smelled like pine and wet moss. A couple of crows moved across the trees above me, and for a while it felt exactly like what I needed. No people.
No noise.
That night I slept hard. The next morning I woke up early, made some instant coffee, and packed a bag with a couple of protein bars and water. I set out to hike around and see where the trails went. There weren't any marked paths, but the old gravel road kept going past the cabin, curving gently up through the trees, so I followed it. It was warm, a little humid, but not hot. I walked for maybe 2 hours and didn't see a single person. I didn't even hear anyone, just birds, wind, and now and then the distant snapping of branches under something, probably deer or foxes. Eventually, I circled back and returned to the cabin around 2 p.m. I ate, showered, and sat out back reading for a bit. Later, as the light started to fade, I made some soup, lit a candle, and wrote a few notes in my journal. Around 10 p.m., I shut off the light, climbed into bed, and dozed off listening to the breeze through the trees. The next morning is when something changed. I was eating breakfast on the porch when I noticed something strange further down the gravel path, about 100 meters or so toward where I'd come in. It was a small shape, still, dark. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a stray dog or fox, but then I noticed it didn't move at all. It just stood there, half hidden in the shadows of the trees lining the path. I stood and squinted. It looked like a person, a small person, maybe a woman. I couldn't make out much, but it looked like someone in a long dark coat or dress, just standing in the middle of the path, facing my direction. Not walking, not moving, just there. I stared for a while, waiting for the figure to shift, wave, walk away, anything, but nothing happened. After a minute or so, I stepped inside, grabbed the small set of binoculars I kept in my hiking bag, and walked back onto the porch. I raised them and focused on the shape. It was definitely a woman. She was maybe in her 50s or 60s, pale skin, thin, wearing a long black coat or heavy dress. Her gray hair looked like it hadn't been brushed in a long time. Her arms just hung at her sides, and she stared in the direction of the cabin. I lowered the binoculars, heart starting to beat faster. Who the hell was she? I didn't know what to do. I waited. Another minute passed. Still she didn't move. Finally, I stepped down off the porch and started walking a few paces toward the path. As I got closer, I saw her step back slightly, just one step, then disappear into the trees. Gone. I stopped, listened. No sound.
No crackling branches.
No leaves rustling. Just gone. I waited 5 more minutes, scanning the woods on either side. Eventually I walked back, got inside the cabin, and locked the door. That day I didn't hike. I stayed inside, reading, writing, trying to act like it wasn't anything to worry about. Maybe she lived nearby. Maybe she was lost. But why would she just stand there like that? Later that evening, I looked again through the trees. Nothing. The next morning, I left early to try a new trail, pushing further south through the forest, across a small stream I'd found on the map. I walked for hours, trying to shake off the feeling from the day before. I didn't see anyone, but on the way back, maybe a mile from the cabin, I found something odd nailed to a tree. It was a dead bird, a crow or raven strung up by one leg. It hung limply, feathers missing, guts picked open. A small piece of what looked like cloth was tied around the branch above it. I stared at it for a long time. There was no reason for it to be there. No houses nearby, no other paths. I walked faster back to the cabin. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about that woman, about the bird. about how far into the woods I really was, how long it would take for someone to find me if something happened. There was no mobile signal, no landline, no nearby homes. Around 1 a.m., I heard something outside. It was faint, like footsteps on gravel. I turned off the lamp and stood near the window trying to listen. I heard the noise again, then something like a rustling or scraping against the porch. I didn't go outside. I didn't even open the curtain. I waited until sunrise. When I finally stepped out, the gravel near the porch had scuffed marks. Not shoe prints, not exactly, but scuffed like something had been dragged. And I found a small piece of old black cloth caught on a nail at the edge of the porch. I stayed inside the rest of the day.
No hikes. No exploring.
That night, I pushed a chair under the door handle. Even though it locked from inside, I put my small pocket knife under the pillow. I barely slept again. In the early morning, maybe 5 a.m., I heard something else. It was soft knocking. 3 slow taps on the side wall of the cabin. Not the door, the wall, the side where the bed was. I sat up, frozen. Then it happened again. 3 more taps. Slow, deliberate. I didn't move. I just sat there in the dark, knife in hand, blanket pulled to my chest like a child. After a while, the sound stopped. At sunrise, I walked around the cabin. I found nothing.
No footprints. No marks.
No signs of anyone. But I knew what I'd heard. I didn't last the full week. I left that day. I didn't even pack everything. I left food, a shirt, even my book on the table. I just grabbed my bag, threw it in the car, and drove. It took me nearly 5 hours to reach the motorway again. And the whole way out, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see her walking behind me along the path. I never did. When I got home, I emailed the woman who had arranged the cabin rental. I asked her if anyone else lived nearby. I asked her if she knew who the older woman might have been. I never got a reply. A week later, I searched the name of the forest and the old post where I'd found the cabin. The thread was gone, deleted.
No trace.
I tried calling the number she'd listed once, just to try and get some closure. It rang twice, then disconnected. I never found out who the woman was, whether she lived out there, whether she watched that cabin often. But I know what I saw, and I know someone stood outside my cabin 2 nights in a row. I haven't gone hiking since. I still keep the cloth I found on the porch, tucked in the back of a drawer, just to remind myself it was real. It still smells faintly of smoke. It was early November 2017 when I took a trip out to a cabin my cousin had once stayed at. He told me about it a year before, said it was the most peaceful place he'd ever been, somewhere deep in the Bitterroot Mountains of western Montana. He had only gone once during spring, but the name of the place stuck in my mind. I'd been needing to get away from everything. The constant phone calls from work, the never-ending emails, the noise of the city. I was 33 at the time and living in Spokane, Washington, working in insurance, and everything in my life felt like it was just looping the same boring script every day. I needed quiet, solitude, something that felt real. The cabin was listed online under a weird name, something like Glacier Hideout or Eagle's Rest. I don't remember now. It was run by an old couple who owned a few remote places in the area, and they had pretty strict rules. No pets, no parties, no more than 1 vehicle, and no cell coverage guaranteed. That last part was what sold me. I rented it for 3 days, Friday morning through Monday. I wanted to hike, cook some simple food, maybe write a little in my journal. Nothing complicated. I left Spokane early Friday morning. The drive was around 5 hours, but I didn't rush. I stopped a few times along the way, got gas near St. Regis, bought some jerky and trail mix. The weather was overcast but not cold. It was around 45 degrees Fahrenheit. When I turned off the main highway and followed a dirt road for almost an hour into the mountains, I started to feel like I was actually going somewhere different, somewhere separate from all the stress. Trees grew taller and closer together. The road narrowed. There were no signs, no cabins, no parked cars. Just forest. The cabin was small, older but sturdy. Cedar logs, a green metal roof, a stone chimney. It sat in a clearing just big enough for the structure and a few feet of grass and dirt around it. Beyond that, thick woods stretched out in every direction. The only way in was the narrow gravel road I came in on. I didn't see another cabin or building for miles. There was no one around. That was perfect. I parked beside the porch, stepped out of the truck, and just listened. Nothing. No wind. No birds even. Just silence. The kind of quiet that feels heavy. I liked it. Inside, the place was simple. One room, open space with a small loft above for sleeping. There was a wood stove, an old leather armchair, a tiny kitchen with a gas range and sink that ran off a propane tank outside. The water came from a buried tank. A small bathroom was in the corner with a composting toilet and a narrow shower stall. No Wi-Fi, no TV, no radio, just a few books and old magazines on a shelf. I unpacked some canned food, coffee, eggs, and some rice and beans I brought, along with a thermos, my old hunting knife, a flashlight, and my sleeping bag. I made a fire in the stove and warmed the place up. That first night was quiet. I read a book, ate rice with beans, drank coffee from my thermos, and fell asleep upstairs in the loft. It was cold but manageable. I didn't hear a thing. No coyotes, no owls, just stillness. I slept almost 12 hours. The next morning, I made some eggs, drank more coffee, and went for a hike down one of the old logging roads behind the cabin. I walked for a couple of hours. I didn't see any other people or structures, just tracks, a few sets of old ATV tire prints, a lot of animal prints too, elk mostly. I even saw a bear scat once. I wasn't worried. I grew up around this kind of environment. I carried bear spray and my knife, and I made noise while I walked. I knew what I was doing. When I got back to the cabin around midday, the sky had started to darken. A low mist moved through the trees, and I could feel the temperature drop. I brought in more firewood and kept the fire burning. I cooked a can of chili and sat outside on the porch eating, bundled up in my coat. That's when I noticed something. There were no birds. Still, I hadn't seen or heard a single bird since I arrived. That was strange. Even in colder weather, you'd expect to hear a few ravens or maybe see some chickadees near the trees. Nothing. Just trees and the sound of the wind starting to pick up. I brushed it off. Maybe it was just the time of year. That night, around 10 p.m., I heard something. I had just gotten into my sleeping bag upstairs when I heard a sound outside, a soft crunch, like a footstep on frost-hardened leaves. Then another. I sat up and held my breath. The cabin had no curtains. The loft window faced the woods behind the cabin. It was just blackness out there. I couldn't see anything, but I knew the woods were only about 20 feet from the window. The fire downstairs was low. No lights on. Everything was quiet again. Then I heard the crunch again, and then the creak of the wooden steps on the porch. I stayed completely still. My heart was pounding. I didn't know what to do. I had no phone signal, no weapon except my knife. The only thing I could think to do was move silently to the edge of the loft, where I could peek over into the main room and see the front door. The fire in the stove cast a faint orange glow. I waited. The porch creaked again. Then nothing. I sat like that for a long time, maybe an hour. I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, I lay back down, but I didn't sleep well. Every sound outside made me sit up and listen, but nothing else happened that night. In the morning, I got up and went outside to check the porch. The grass around the cabin was a little frosted, and sure enough, there were footprints. Not boot prints, not hiking shoes, bare feet, human, bare feet. I froze when I saw that. They were deep enough to be fresh. The steps came from the woods, circled around the porch, and then disappeared back into the trees. Who the hell walks around barefoot in 30-degree weather out here? I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone. I felt watched though. I couldn't explain it. It was just a feeling. That pressure on the back of your neck when you know something's off. I went back inside, locked the door, and stayed near the stove. I didn't go for a hike that day. I kept the fire going. I didn't feel right. That afternoon, I heard it again. Around 3 p.m., before the sun dipped below the tree line. This time, it was something knocking on wood. Not loud, just steady. Knock, 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 came from the back of the cabin. 3 knocks, then nothing. I waited, then I heard them again. Closer to the side window. Same pattern. I didn't move from the chair. I just sat there with the fire poking and crackling, gripping my knife and listening. I didn't look out the windows. I didn't want to see what was there. That night, I barely slept. I stayed downstairs, sitting in the chair by the stove. I kept the fire hot and held the knife in my lap. Around midnight, I heard something at the back wall again. This time it was scratching. Not animal scratching. It was too slow, like fingernails, just dragging lightly along the logs. Then a soft thump. In the morning, I checked the back wall. I found what looked like fingerprints smudged in the dirt on the logs. Too long for a child, too thin for a man's. Something was out there. I didn't care about the refund. I didn't care about anything except leaving. I packed up everything I brought, stuffed it into my bag, and loaded it in the truck. I didn't even eat. I turned the truck on and backed out without checking the mirrors. I just wanted to get out. But maybe half a mile down the gravel road, I saw something in the trees. A figure, standing between 2 tall pines. Thin, pale, not wearing a shirt. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I kept driving, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles went white. The figure didn't move. It just stood there watching. I drove until I hit the paved road. Then I pulled over and finally let myself breathe. My hands were shaking. My legs were weak. I looked back, but there was nothing behind me, just trees. I never told anyone about it. Not really, not with detail. I told my cousin that the place gave me a bad feeling. I never mentioned the footprints or the figure or the knocks. I just said it wasn't for me. Since then, I haven't gone camping alone again. I've gone on trips, sure, but not that deep, not that remote. There's something about places where no one can hear you, where no one can help you if something goes wrong. I think someone or something was living in those woods, and they weren't trying to hide. They were trying to be seen. I was 32 the year I decided to take some time off from everything. It was early September 2017. I had saved up enough from working construction jobs around Manchester, and I finally wanted to do something just for myself. For years, I'd been fascinated with the idea of building a small off-grid cabin, far from the city, not for anyone else, just something I could put my hands on and say I made. I found this bit of land outside Dumfries, Scotland. It was cheap because it wasn't connected to any main roads, and there wasn't much around it except a narrow path that ran off an old forestry road, then cut through some wet lowland until it climbed slightly into a dense patch of spruce. About half a mile in, the land flattened out into a decent clearing. Someone had probably logged part of it decades ago and left it to grow back wild. That was where I decided I'd build. I planned it all in my head. Nothing too ambitious. Just a one-room cabin, maybe 10 by 12 feet, enough for a small wood stove, a cot, a workbench, and a bit of dry shelter. I had a tarp, basic tools, some pre-cut timber, and OSB loaded in my old Ford Transit. which I could drive halfway down the forestry road before I had to will everything the rest of the way by hand. I started building early in the week, while the skies were still clear. The first 2 days went well. I laid out concrete blocks for the foundation, framed the floor, and even managed to get most of the wall studs up. There was this constant smell of damp moss and pine needles all around, and even though it was remote, the quiet had a kind of fullness to it. Wind moving through trees, birds shifting branches, the low hum of insects. I liked the isolation. I liked the work. But by the third night, the weather started to turn. The temperature dropped, and wind picked up across the clearing. I'd parked my van a good walk back, so I set up a tarp between 2 trees to cover myself and kept a heavy sleeping bag rolled up on a foam pad. I wasn't worried at first. I camped plenty of times before, but that night, I couldn't shake this cold feeling in my gut. It wasn't fear, not exactly, just something that made me keep glancing over my shoulder. The trees around the site were packed tight. Beyond the clearing was a mess of deadfall and thickets, too dense to see far into even during the day. When I lay back in the dark and shut my eyes, the wind started to sound like footsteps, the kind that weren't quite sure if they were meant to be heard. I told myself it was my nerves. Big woods will do that to anyone. The rain started the next morning, just a drizzle at first. I kept building, working through it, got the plywood sheathing on 2 walls, braced the frame, covered everything I could with tarps. But the longer I worked, the heavier it came down. By late afternoon, it was steady sheets, soaking my coat, running down my sleeves, into my boots. My hands were freezing even in gloves. I thought about heading back to the van. It was nearly a mile through wet brush and over slick roots. Instead, I pulled the tarp tighter over the shelter I'd made and crawled underneath for the night. That night, I barely slept. Something wasn't right. I'd fallen asleep to the sound of rain hitting plastic, but sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up and the sound had stopped. Not lessened, just stopped. I sat up, expecting maybe the wind had shifted the tarp or that the rain had lightened. But when I peeked out, the trees were completely still, and the air felt like it was holding its breath. No rain, no wind, not even the usual creaking of branches or rustling from small animals. It was dead quiet. I scanned the edge of the clearing. Even in the dark, I could make out the shape of the frame I'd built. The pale, raw wood stood out like bones. Beyond that, the trees blended into a wall of black. Then there was a noise, a soft scrape, like wood on wood. I didn't move at first, just listened. I knew the sounds of the woods, squirrels, deer, the way wet branches rub. But this was close, deliberate. It came from around the other side of the frame. A dragging sound, then another scrape. I crawled out from under the tarp, slowly. I didn't have a gun, just a small camping hatchet and a long flathead screwdriver I'd used to wedge boards. I picked them both up. The rain hadn't returned, but the ground was muddy and cold beneath my knees. I circled around the half-finished cabin, keeping low. The wind started to pick up again, pushing leaves around. I stepped on a twig, and it cracked underfoot. Then everything was silent again. I stayed there for a long time, crouched by the wall of the frame, staring into the woods. I didn't see anything, but that didn't make it feel any better. I backed away slowly, keeping my tools in hand, and crawled back under the tarp. I didn't sleep again. By morning, the rain came back hard, poured nonstop. Everything I had was damp, my clothes, my tools, even the sleeping bag. I wanted to pack up and leave, but I didn't want to haul everything back through the wet forest in one go. I figured I'd wait for a break in the weather. Around midday, I forced myself to keep working. I hammered in what I could, reinforced a corner that had started to warp from the wet. Every noise made me twitch. My nerves were shot, but I pushed on, blaming the rain and fatigue. That afternoon, while cutting through a board, I heard something again. Branches snapping, maybe 30 or 40 feet into the woods. Too loud to be a squirrel, too steady to be the wind. I stopped sawing and held my breath. There it was again, this time slower, as if someone or something was circling the clearing just out of sight. I waited, picked up my hatchet again. My chest was pounding, but I tried to breathe slow. I stared into the woods until my eyes burned. Eventually, the sounds stopped. That night, I didn't bother trying to sleep. I sat with my back to a tree, facing the cabin frame, holding the hatchet in both hands. The rain kept falling, soaking through my coat, dripping into my boots, but I didn't care anymore. Couldn't leave in the dark, but I wouldn't close my eyes. Near dawn, I heard movement again, not behind me but from inside the clearing. I leaned forward, eyes straining in the pale light. There, something moved near the far wall of the cabin. A shadow, thin and slow, passing between two studs. It didn't say anything. It didn't rush. It just moved across the frame like it was checking the work. Then it was gone again. I stood up and waited until full light before I went over. Nothing was disturbed, nothing stolen or damaged, just wet wood and mud. But I saw the tracks, not boots, not hooves, just long, dragging marks in the soil, like someone was pulling a heavy stick or branch behind them. They looped around the cabin, then vanished back into the woods. I was done. I packed what I could. Tools, a bit of food, the wet sleeping bag. I left the frame standing and started hauling everything back to the van. Took 3 trips, my legs aching, hands numb. I didn't stop to rest, just walked, fast, through the mud and trees, feeling like something was behind me the entire time. When I finally got back to the van, I sat in the front seat with the heater on full blast and didn't move for nearly an hour. Rain slammed against the windshield. I didn't care. I didn't go back for the rest of my supplies. I didn't finish the cabin. A week later, I called the land office and sold the plot to a guy in Glasgow. Told him the location was beautiful, quiet, perfect for someone who liked solitude. I didn't mention the scraping noises or the figure in the frame. I didn't tell him about the long drag marks in the dirt. It's been years now. I still build sometimes. Small things, sheds, decks, fences, but always in neighborhoods, always within view of someone's house. I don't camp anymore, and when it rains, I still listen for that dragging sound. Still wonder what was out there in those woods that night, and why it was watching me build. It was late September of 2022 when I took a break from everything and drove up to Colorado to spend some time alone in a small cabin. I'd been working nonstop for the past year, managing a repair shop in Arizona, and my head just felt full of noise. That month had been heavy. My sister had moved across the country. One of my closest friends got in a bad motorcycle crash. And on top of that, I'd just gone through a rough breakup. I felt like I just needed to hit pause. I had this old cabin I'd inherited from my uncle. It was tucked into a wooded area not far from a place called Fairplay. Most people haven't heard of it unless they've driven through the backroads of Colorado. The place wasn't fancy, just a small wooden cabin with a metal roof. No electricity, no running water, and an old stove that ran on firewood. It sat near the tree line, facing a long slope of evergreens that stretched all the way into the next valley. I brought my dog with me, Bruno. He was a 7-year-old black lab, still full of energy. That dog had been with me through some tough years. I trusted him more than most people. He didn't bark without a reason, didn't whine for no reason, and he had a good sense of people and places. If Bruno felt good, I felt good. We got to the cabin in the early afternoon. The sky was mostly clear with thick white clouds floating lazily above the trees. The air smelled like pine and cold dirt. That first day, I just cleaned the place up, stacked the firewood I brought, and set up my bedroll in the corner of the cabin. I left the front door open for a while to let the air in, and Bruno just lay on the porch, sniffing and watching. The cabin didn't have much. Just a table, 2 old chairs, a cabinet with some rusted pans, and a single shelf with a few paperback books. The windows were small, one in the front and one in the back. Both had thick wooden shutters that could be pulled closed from the inside. I checked the latches, swept the floor, and unpacked the cooler I brought. I had enough supplies for a week: canned food, water jugs, some jerky, bread, and fruit. That first night, I built a fire in the stove, cooked up a small meal, and listened to the quiet. It's a strange thing when you've been around people all the time and suddenly there's no noise. The silence almost has a sound to it. Not quite a ringing, more like a deep hum behind everything. The wind moved through the trees, and sometimes I could hear a branch snap or the distant flap of wings from a bird. Bruno didn't move much. He stayed close, watching the shadows. Nothing strange happened that night. I fell asleep early, wrapped up in a thick sleeping bag, with Bruno curled up at my feet. It got cold fast after dark, and I woke up a few times from the creaking of the roof or the cabin settling. But nothing out of the ordinary, just that deep kind of quiet you only get in the woods. The second day, I spent some time chopping wood. The axe my uncle left was still in good shape, and there were a few dead trees not far from the cabin. Bruno ran around while I worked, chasing small animals and nosing through the brush. I liked the sound of the axe hitting the wood, the clean break, the feel of sweat under cold air. It helped me stop thinking about all the junk I'd been carrying around in my head. Later that afternoon, I decided to walk further down the slope to where the trees started to thin out. There was a rocky clearing I remembered from years ago when I last came here. I brought my binoculars to see if I could spot any elk or deer moving through the trees. We didn't see much. A few birds, some squirrels, and distant rustling that might have been an animal or just the wind. The woods felt empty, still, like even the animals were keeping quiet. I stayed out there a while, just sitting on a flat rock with Bruno beside me. It was peaceful but strange. Something about it felt off, but I couldn't say what. Back at the cabin that night, the wind picked up. I kept the fire going strong and made sure the door was locked tight. The windows had heavy wooden shutters, and I closed both just in case. I didn't want to deal with wind slamming things open. It was around 2 in the morning when Bruno started growling. I was half asleep, but that sound brought me fully awake. It wasn't a playful growl or the kind he did when dreaming. It was low, steady, and serious. He was standing near the door, his ears up, his body tense. I sat up and listened. Nothing, just the wind outside. I tried to calm him, but he didn't stop. He stood there, staring at the door like something was just on the other side of it. I thought maybe a coyote had come around, or a bear, but bears don't usually move much at night in the fall. Not unless they're desperate. I got up quietly, grabbed the old .30-30 hunting rifle I kept by the bedroll, and checked through the cracks in the shutters. Couldn't see anything. I unlocked the door slowly and opened it just a few inches. Bruno pushed past me fast and bolted outside. I called out once by instinct, then remembered not to yell. I slipped on my boots and grabbed a flashlight, heading outside. The wind was cold and sharp, and the beam of the flashlight shook a little in my hand. I followed the sound of snapping twigs and heavy paws through the brush until I saw Bruno standing still, stiff as a board, just 20 yards from the cabin. He was staring out toward the tree line. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Human. At first I thought maybe it was an echo of mine, or maybe I'd kicked something weird. But no. I stopped moving, held my breath, and there it was. A crunch, then another. Careful steps, slow, measured. I swung the flashlight toward the sound, but saw nothing. Bruno didn't bark. He just stood there, growling low again. I held the rifle steady and watched the edge of the woods. My eyes adjusted after a bit, and that's when I saw movement. Just a shape at first. A figure tall, broad shoulders, wearing dark clothes. They didn't come closer, didn't say anything, just stood there. I felt my stomach tighten. Something about that stillness wasn't right, like they were watching, waiting. I raised the rifle and held it aimed not to shoot, but to warn. They didn't move. I stood there for what felt like a full minute. Then I backed up slowly, calling Bruno in a firm voice. He came back without hesitation, and we went inside. I shut the door, dropped the heavy crossbar across it, and checked the windows again. Nothing. No sound. No movement. But my heart was pounding so hard I thought I might get sick. That whole night I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair with the rifle on my lap, and Bruno lay beside me, his ears twitching at every sound. The next morning I looked for tracks. The ground was damp from the night frost, and it wasn't hard to find them. Size 11 or 12 boots. Wide steps. They had circled the cabin at least once. Some prints stopped near the back window. I followed them for a bit, but they disappeared into the rocks and pine needles. Whoever it was knew the terrain. After that, I wanted to leave, but I had no cell service, and the nearest gas station was almost 2 hours away down unmarked forest roads. I didn't want to drive them tired with barely any sleep. I decided to stay one more night, lock everything up tight, and leave first thing in the morning. That day, I barely left the porch. I kept the rifle with me at all times. Bruno stayed close, never running off like usual. The air felt different, tense. The birds were quiet again. That night was even worse. Around midnight, Bruno sat up fast. I did too. No wind this time, dead still. Then we both heard it. A faint clinking sound, like metal on metal. Then a soft crunch of footsteps. Someone was out there again. I moved to the back window, opened the shutter a sliver, and looked out. There he was, standing by the woodpile. Same figure, same clothes. Only this time, I could see something in his hand. A tool, maybe a crowbar. I didn't hesitate this time. I loaded the rifle, chambered a round loud enough to be heard outside. That did it. The figure turned his head slowly toward the cabin, then backed away into the trees. Bruno barked, a sharp, aggressive bark that echoed hard.
Istayed avacke till daylit.
When the sun came up, I packed fast. Didn't eat, didn't wait around. I loaded everything in the truck, made sure Bruno was in, then drove out. On the way down the road, I stopped at the ranger station to report what happened. The ranger, a tall man in his 50s, just nodded as I told him. He didn't look surprised. Said they'd had a few complaints like that. Said someone might be squatting deep in the woods, coming close to cabins at night. I asked if they'd caught anyone. He shook his head. That was the last time I stayed in that cabin. I still own it, but I haven't gone back. I keep the doors locked, the place winterized, but it sits empty. Every now and then I think about selling it, but something holds me back. Maybe it's the memories of my uncle. Maybe it's just the feeling that leaving it means letting that fear win. Bruno's older now, slower, but he still sleeps by the door, still watches the shadows at night. And I still remember the way that man looked at the cabin. He wasn't lost. He wasn't cold. He was just watching, waiting. And that's what scares me most. Not what he did, but what he didn't do. Because I think if I hadn't brought Bruno with me, he might have tried the door. I was 48 when she passed. Her name was Laura, my ex-wife. We had been separated for 7 years when the news came, but it hit me harder than I expected. Not because we were still close, we weren't. In fact, we hadn't spoken in 2 years, but because we had history, and that sort of thing doesn't just disappear. You don't share a decade of your life with someone and walk away untouched, no matter how bitter the end was. It was early spring of 2023 when I heard she had died. Cancer, stage 4 by the time she'd found out. It moved fast, apparently. She passed away in a small hospital in northern Michigan. Her sister called me, not because Laura asked for it, but because I had known her longer than anyone else had. I guess they thought I should know. I didn't go to the funeral. I didn't think I'd be welcome there. Her family never liked me much after the divorce, especially after the things she told them. And to be honest, I didn't want to be part of it. But something kept nagging at me for days. A strange itch I couldn't get rid of. It wasn't grief. It was something else. About a week later, I got a letter. An actual letter, not an email. It came from a lawyer in Alpena, Michigan. Apparently, Laura had never sold the small cabin she bought after our split. It was in a rural part of Presque Isle County, near a lake called Grand Lake. We had never been there together. It was her place, somewhere she went alone. But she left it in my name. Not in her will exactly, just a transfer of deed. I guess she didn't care to give it to her family. Or maybe she still felt something for me. I don't know. I never will. For weeks, I sat on it. I lived in Ohio at the time, working part-time as a delivery driver, just coasting through the months. I didn't need the cabin, but I also didn't want to leave it sitting up there abandoned. So by mid-May, I took a week off, packed up some clothes, my old .22 rifle, a sleeping bag, and headed north. The drive took about 10 hours. The further I went, the more isolated everything felt. After crossing into Michigan and getting past the highways, I was surrounded by trees, empty roads, and worn-down gas stations. I stopped in a town called Rogers City to fill up. Felt like time had slowed down there. Dusty shops, barely any people. From there, I followed a narrow road north and west, finally turning onto a rough gravel path that ran along the woods. The cabin was just off that road, about 100 yards into the trees. When I pulled up, I just sat in the car for a while, staring at the place. It was smaller than I expected. A simple single-floor log cabin with a porch, one window facing the woods, and a crooked metal chimney. The siding was gray and flaking. There was moss growing on one side, and the wooden steps to the porch looked soft and worn. A rusted pickup truck sat under a tarp beside it, the tires flat. I got out, stretched my legs, and walked around slowly. The air smelled like wet dirt and pine. I unlocked the front door. She had mailed me a set of keys years ago during the divorce, just in case she ever disappeared, she said. I never thought I'd use them. Inside, it was cold and stale. The place had clearly been empty for a while. Dust coated everything, tables, windowsills, even the bed frame in the back room. The living area had a small couch, a wood stove, and a kitchen set up with old appliances that were probably dead. There was a smell that reminded me of damp clothes. Not quite mold, but not far from it. I opened the windows to let air in and spent the rest of that afternoon cleaning what I could. I didn't want to sleep there that night, so I set up my sleeping bag on the couch after shaking off the dust. I didn't bother trying the electricity. I had brought a couple lanterns and a flashlight. I sat outside on the porch until dark, just listening. No traffic, no voices, just wind and birds and the occasional crack of branches in the distance. That first night, I barely slept. I kept waking up to small sounds, scratching noises, creaks from the roof, wind pushing through the trees. I chalked it up to animals or the old wood settling, but something felt wrong. Not supernatural wrong, just off, like I was somewhere I shouldn't be. The next morning, I hiked a bit around the area. There was a path behind the cabin that led down a slope to the lake. It was maybe a 15-minute walk. The lake was bigger than I thought. Clear water, rocky shore, no signs of people. I didn't see any docks or boats. I sat there for a while, skipping stones, wondering why she had come here so often. It was beautiful but lonely. On the third day, I decided to go through some of her things. She'd left a few boxes in a small storage room next to the bedroom. Mostly books, notebooks, and loose papers. Some photos, too. A few of me, surprisingly. Most were of the cabin, the lake, trees in different seasons. She had labeled some of them with little notes in the corner, just the date and sometimes a phrase like, "Snow fell heavy today," or "Finally saw the fox again." I found one notebook that she had filled nearly front to back. Not a diary exactly, more like thoughts, observations, feelings. I read through parts of it, flipping randomly. There were entries about the silence here, how it made her feel both safe and exposed. One part stood out. She wrote, "There's something about the woods at night that makes me uneasy. I always feel like I'm being watched from the trees, but I never see anyone. Maybe that's just the cost of being alone." That sentence stuck in my head for a long time. That afternoon, I went out to chop some firewood. There was a small axe in the shed out back. While I was out there, I noticed something strange. Near the tree-line, maybe 20 yards from the back of the cabin, I saw a pile of small stones stacked like a tiny tower, balanced, not fallen over, almost like someone had placed them carefully. I thought it might have been hers. Maybe she liked building little things out of boredom. I didn't touch it, but I didn't like it either. That night, things got worse. Around 2 a.m., I woke up in a sweat. Not from heat, but from this intense feeling that someone was nearby. I stayed still and listened. I heard something on the porch. Slow footsteps would creaking under weight. My chest tightened. I reached for my flashlight and slowly pointed it at the front window. Nothing, just the empty porch and the trees beyond. I stayed awake until dawn. Every sound felt amplified. I kept the rifle next to me after that. The next morning, I checked outside. No tracks, no broken branches. But I noticed something odd in the dirt by the side of the cabin. 2 small impressions, like someone had stood there still for a while. Boots, maybe. Couldn't be sure. The dirt was soft, but not wet enough for a clean print. I tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe I made the marks myself when I arrived and forgot. But the pile of stones had changed. Now it had 6 stones instead of 5. I packed a bag that afternoon and drove into Rogers City again. Got cell reception and called a friend in Ohio, told him I might cut the trip short. I didn't tell him why. I stocked up on food and bought a new trail cam at a hardware store. On my way back, I placed the camera in a tree facing the back of the cabin, aimed at that pile of stones. That night was silent again. Too silent. I didn't hear any animals.
No rustling, no birds.
Nothing. The next morning, I checked the camera. It had taken 6 photos. All were black except one. It showed a figure standing by the stones at 3:18 a.m. The shape was blurred just outside the flash range, but it was definitely a person. Not moving, just standing, facing the cabin. That was it for me. I packed everything that day. I didn't care about the cabin anymore. Didn't want to sell it. Didn't want to fix it. I locked the door behind me and left. Drove all the way back to Ohio without stopping. It's been over a year now. I never went back. Sometimes I get mail about property taxes on the place. I ignore it. I don't care. She left it to me maybe as some kind of peace offering, or maybe to get me to feel what she felt there. I don't know. I think about that place more than I'd like to. Sometimes at night, I wake up and feel like someone's outside again, like they followed me home. I know that's probably just my mind playing tricks. I didn't see a ghost or a monster, just a person. But sometimes a person is enough. Sometimes that's the scariest thing of all. My name's Mark. I was 34 when this happened. It was the summer of 2018. I remember it clearly because I had just quit my job in Chicago. I was going through a lot at the time. Burned out from working in finance, going through a rough breakup, and I was drinking more than I should have been. I needed to get away for a while. Not to travel or sightsee or party, but to disappear into some quiet place where no one could call or email me. I didn't want noise. I didn't want people. I just wanted silence. I went looking for cabins in remote parts of the Midwest. I didn't care about luxury or views. I just wanted isolation. I ended up finding this listing on a small forum where someone talked about old forest land their family used to own near the Minnesota-Canada border. They mentioned a few cabins still standing, barely. One of them, they said, was abandoned back in the late 80s. No electricity, no running water, but supposedly still intact. I wasn't worried about amenities. I just needed a roof and walls. So I packed up my old Nissan truck with canned food, water jugs, a camping stove, batteries, a solar charger, some gear, and my .38 revolver. Not for people, I thought more about bears or maybe just peace of mind. Took me 2 days to drive up. I crossed through Duluth and kept pushing north into wilder country. Eventually, the paved roads became gravel, and then the gravel became dirt. There weren't many signs, just forests and more forests. Pine, spruce, birch, the kind of dense, damp woods that feel like they're pressing in on you. I finally reached the turnoff described on the forum thread. A faint path cut between trees, barely wide enough for my truck. I followed it slowly, inching over roots and through brush, until the trees opened into a small clearing. There it was, an old, sagging one-story cabin. The wood was weathered gray and black. The roof had a partial lean on the left side. One of the shutters hung off, crooked. Grass had grown tall all around it, and there were no signs anyone had been there in years. I stepped out of my truck, stretched my legs, and just stood there, listening. No traffic, no hum of electricity, just wind through trees and the far-off sound of water, maybe a stream. I felt lighter already. I walked the perimeter. The back side of the cabin had moss creeping up the walls. The windows were dusty but intact. No animals had busted in. There was a narrow porch out front, sagging but holding. When I tried the door, it stuck a little but opened with a dry creak. Inside was stale and still. Smelled of old wood, maybe mold, maybe mice, but nothing terrible. The place was empty except for a few broken chairs and an old stovepipe in the corner. Dust covered everything. There were scratches on the floor like something had once been dragged. The bedroom in the back had a rotted mattress and broken dresser. I cleared that out and set up my own cot, unrolled my sleeping bag, hung a lantern on a nail sticking from the wall. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The next few days were quiet, peaceful. I'd wake up with the sun, make coffee on my camp stove out on the porch, and just sit there. I'd walk around the woods, map the area in my notebook, sometimes fish in the nearby creek. I didn't see anyone. No ikers, no unters, no rangers. Just deer tracks and birds. I journaled a lot, ate simply, stayed sober. It was exactly what I needed. By the fourth day, though, I started noticing small things that didn't sit right with me. One morning, I woke up and found the front door open. I was sure I had locked it with the simple latch the night before. It wasn't windy, and the door had a strong spring to it. I figured maybe I hadn't closed it all the way. Another time, I came back from the creek and found my pack moved from where I left it inside. Nothing was missing. It was just placed against a different wall. Then one night, I heard something walk along the side of the cabin. It was late, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. I was half asleep when I heard the crunch of steps in the grass outside. Not an animal, not scurrying or hopping. Steady, slow steps, bipedal, human. I sat up in the dark, frozen. The footsteps stopped near the window beside my cot. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. My revolver was in the bag by my cot, but I didn't reach for it. Then, nothing.
No knock, no flashlight.
No engine, just silence again. I waited for maybe 15 minutes before I got up, grabbed the gun, and quietly stepped outside. There was no one, no fresh footprints I could see. No tire tracks, just darkness and trees and the sound of wind in the high branches. I stayed up the rest of the night, listening. The next day, I hiked a wide circle around the cabin to see if maybe there were signs of anyone camping nearby. I found nothing, but I noticed something else, a path I hadn't seen before. It looked old, maybe once a logging trail. It was barely visible under the brush and fallen branches, but it cut deeper into the woods. I don't know why, but I followed it. It wound through a darker patch of forest, pine-heavy, with less undergrowth. After about 30 minutes of hiking, I came across another cabin. This one was much smaller, more like a shack and worse off. Roof half caved in, door gone, and the entire inside rotting. But what caught my attention was the clothesline still standing behind it. A single rusted metal coat hanger swung from the wire, and on the ground below it, something black and rotten. A piece of a boot, maybe, with a broken sole. I didn't stay long. I got a sick feeling in my gut the moment I stepped near it. Not fear, just a deep, crawling discomfort. I backed off and returned to my cabin. That night, the noises returned. More footsteps, this time circling the cabin. Crunching, deliberate steps. I sat inside, gun in hand, lamp off, heart hammering. At one point, something scraped lightly on the wood wall near the back. But when I jumped outside, flashlight raised, nothing was there. It got worse after that. I started noticing carvings on trees near the cabin. Deep cuts in the bark, symbols I didn't recognize. Shapes like XS with long tails, small spirals, slashes. One morning I woke up and found a dead rabbit on the porch. Its neck twisted. No blood, just placed there, stiff and wrong. I wanted to leave, but a part of me still thought maybe I was overthinking things. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe those symbols were old. But the fear was growing. Not the kind of fear you get from a jump scare or a loud noise. A slow, heavy dread. The sense that I wasn't alone out there, and hadn't been since the second or third night. On the seventh day, I left early in the morning to try and hike toward the road, just to feel human again, to know I could leave if I wanted. I got lost. The same woods I had mapped started looking wrong. Paths shifted. Landmarks weren't where they should have been. I ended up looping back to the cabin after 5 hours of walking. That night, I bolted the door and put a chair under the knob. It didn't matter. I woke up around 3 a.m. to hear something trying to open the door. Slow pressure, like someone pressing their weight against it without knocking. The wood creaked, the latch clicked once but held. I sat there in the dark, holding the gun, breathing through my nose so they wouldn't hear. After a few minutes, the pressure stopped. But I didn't sleep again. The final night is burned into my memory. I had decided I would leave at first light, no matter what. I packed up my bag before dark, cleaned my gear, made a last pot of coffee, and sat by the window watching the tree line. Nothing moved. I turned in around 9 o'clock, hoping I could get some rest before the drive. But sleep didn't come. Around midnight, I heard the back window slide open. It was a narrow one. I had kept it latched, I was sure. I grabbed my revolver and stood still, ears straining. There was no sound for a while. Then I heard breathing, slow, deep breathing from the back room. I raised the gun, crept toward the bedroom. It was too dark to see much. My flashlight was near the door, but I didn't want to light myself up. I stood there in the black, listening, and then I saw it. Not a figure, not really, just movement. Someone was crouched behind the dresser I had pushed against the far wall. They weren't hiding well. I could see part of their leg, denim torn, dirty. A boot, a hand, braced against the floor, fingers too thin. I backed out slowly and left the cabin. I didn't even bother turning on the flashlight. I ran straight to the truck, unlocked it with shaking hands, threw my bag in, and started it. The engine coughed, then roared to life. I slammed it into reverse and backed down the overgrown path, branches scratching the sides. I drove all night, didn't stop until I reached Duluth. I told myself I imagined it, that I was sleep deprived. Maybe it was some squatter or hiker who found the cabin and thought it was empty. But a week later, back in Chicago, I got a message on my phone. No number, just a photo. It was the cabin, taken from the woods through the trees, aimed straight at the front porch, where I had sat every morning with my coffee. Only this time, in the photo, I wasn't there. Someone else was. A man, maybe. Thin, crouched, wearing a torn denim jacket, just barely visible, crouched under the window looking inside. The photo was taken from no more than 30 feet away. I moved out of the city after that, changed my number, never told anyone the full story until now. I don't go camping anymore, don't go near woods, and I never, ever stay in cabins. Because whatever was watching me in that place, it wasn't passing through. It was waiting, and I was just the next fool who stayed too long. I was 24 when everything happened. It was late October 2019, and the air up in northern Oregon had already taken on that sharp, dry bite it gets before the deep cold settles in. My mom had always wanted to go back to her stepbrother's old cabin by Cinder Lake. Something about closure. She hadn't seen him in a few years, not since they had a falling out over something that didn't matter anymore. People grow apart. She told me she was tired of unfinished business, and the cabin was the last thing that tied them together. His name was Raymond, but most people called him Ray. I'd only met him a couple of times when I was a teenager. I remember he smoked a lot and had a voice like sandpaper. He always seemed like one of those people who liked being far from everything. According to my mom, he hadn't lived in the cabin for almost 5 years. He was staying in some RV down in California now, but the cabin was still technically his and she had the key. We drove up in my old Subaru Forester. The drive took almost 9 hours, winding through the mountain roads, stopping only once at a gas station where the cashier looked like he hadn't moved in years. It was the kind of place where the vending machine hums too loud and the light above the counter buzzes like it's ready to blow. I remember the feeling of the mountains creeping in as we got closer, how the trees grew taller and the air grew quieter. The last stretch of road was more like a path. It was gravel mixed with patches of dirt and potholes big enough to swallow a wheel if you weren't paying attention. Branches scraped the sides of the car, and the sunlight got thinner and thinner until it was nothing but a pale filter between the trees. The cabin sat at the edge of Cinder Lake, though the lake was more of a wide pond filled with black water. Nobody fished there anymore. I could see a layer of scum floating near the banks, thick with algae and rotting leaves. The water was so still it looked frozen. The cabin was smaller than I remembered. Just one floor, 2 rooms, and a crawl space underneath. The roof sagged in places. The wooden boards were faded gray, and the windows were streaked with dirt. One shutter had come loose and hung crooked on a rusted hinge. Ray's old Chevy truck was still there too, half covered in pine needles and sitting on 2 flat tires. When we stepped out, the cold hit harder. There was that heavy, damp chill that clings to your clothes. I grabbed both our bags and followed Mom to the porch. The key still worked. The door creaked open, and the smell of mildew and stale would hit immediately. Inside, nothing had changed. Ray's tools still hung on the wall in the back room. An old coffee pot sat on the counter, its glass stained brown. A ripped recliner slouched in the corner. The wallpaper had peeled back in strips, revealing brown-stained wood underneath. There was a single twin bed against the wall in the main room, and a cot folded up beside it. We lit the fireplace first. Took a while, but I got it going with the leftover chopped wood out back. The flames made the whole room look more alive than it had any right to be. That night, we didn't talk much. I cooked some rice and canned beans on a little gas stove, and we sat by the fire while the wind scratched the windows. Sometime around midnight, I woke up to a banging sound, sharp, fast, then nothing. I thought it was a branch hitting the roof, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. I got up, pulled on my boots, and stepped outside with my flashlight. The beam of light cut through the trees, but nothing moved, just the forest breathing. The next morning, I checked the side of the cabin. The boards were fine, and the roof didn't look any worse than before. But I saw something that made me stop. Fresh boot prints in the mud behind the cabin. Not mine, not Mom's. They were deeper, wider. Whoever made them had walked right up to the back door and then turned around. I said nothing. We spent the day cleaning. I swept up dead leaves from the floor. Mom cleaned the windows with whatever was left in a half-used spray bottle under the sink. Around noon, I walked out to the lake with a folding chair and sat there, listening to the water. It barely moved, but I kept thinking I saw ripples that didn't belong. That night, I set up my cot right by the front door. I kept a hunting knife under my pillow, not that I'd used it before for anything other than cutting rope. I told myself it was just animals, deer, maybe a bear, the wind, but the boot prints stayed in my head like they were branded there. At around 3 a.m., I heard the back door creak open. I jumped up, heart pounding. The room was pitch black, and the fire had gone out. I reached for the flashlight but knocked it to the floor. By the time I found it and clicked it on, the sound had stopped. The back door was closed. I tiptoed to it, unlocked it slowly, and opened it. The boot prints were back. More of them. This time they circled around the side of the cabin. They were sloppy, smeared with mud like the person had been stumbling or dragging something. Again, I said nothing. Mom didn't sleep well after that. She stayed near the fireplace, bundled in her jacket, her eyes always flicking to the window. We tried to laugh it off, blaming the cold, the creaky walls, and how long it had been since either of us had been in a place like that. By the third night, something changed. I went out to get firewood and noticed a carving in one of the trees. It was deep, fresh, 3 vertical lines and a circle below them. I didn't recognize it. I didn't want to. The bark was still curling from the cut. I looked around. The forest felt wrong. Not empty, watched. Back inside, I pulled a chair under the doorknob and kept my boots on while I lay down. The wind had picked up, and the trees sounded like they were whispering to each other. I didn't sleep. At some point, I thought I saw a figure through the window, just for a second. Tall, dark, unmoving. The next morning, Mom found something nailed to the front door. A bone. Thin, white, looked like a bird's leg. Tied to it was a strip of old leather. I took it down before she saw it, but she had already noticed. Her face went pale. She said she wanted to leave. I didn't argue. We packed up in silence. I loaded the bags while she stayed inside, not saying a word. I did one last check of the cabin, and when I came out, I saw something that made my stomach drop.
Boot prints.
Not one pair, several. All around the car. Deep, fresh. The sun was barely up, and the air was dead still. I told Mom to get in and lock the doors. The car wouldn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Battery was dead. The lights had been on all night. I must have bumped them. Maybe. We sat there for almost 10 minutes, not moving, not breathing. I decided to check the engine. I told Mom to lock the doors after I stepped out. I popped the hood and looked inside. The cables had been cut. Clean. With a blade. That's when I knew someone had been there. Not just watching. Planning. I slammed the hood shut and ran to the shed behind the cabin. It was full of junk. Old tires, rusted tools, paint cans. But I found an axe and a can of fuel. I took both. Mom stayed in the car while I filled a gas can and poured it into the backup generator near the side of the cabin. I got it running after a few tries and connected an old battery charger I found in Ray's toolbox to the car. While it charged, we stayed inside with the axe next to me. And then came the noise. Not footsteps, something heavier, dragging, like someone pulling something over gravel and branches. It circled the cabin once, then silence. I turned off the lights. We sat in the dark for over an hour. My hand didn't leave the axe handle. I thought I saw something move by the window again, but I didn't go to check. I wasn't that stupid. Eventually, the charger light blinked green. I told Mom to go straight to the car. Fast. We didn't even lock the cabin. Just left. We didn't talk until we hit the highway. Not a word. I kept checking the rearview mirror. Every car that passed us made my stomach knot. When we finally got back home, we didn't unpack for a few days. We didn't call Ray, didn't ask questions, didn't say anything to anyone. 2 weeks later, I checked the news on a local Oregon site. They found a body in the woods near Cinder Lake. Unidentified.
No clothes.
No ID. Looked like it had been out there for weeks, maybe longer. They never said how it died. I haven't gone back. Sometimes I dream about that cabin, the lake, the marks on the trees, the boots in the mud, and I always wake up with that same thought sitting heavy in my chest. We were being hunted, and we were lucky to leave when we did. It was October of 2019, and I had just turned 32. After years of doing construction and home remodeling jobs for other people, I finally decided to build something for myself. I wanted a quiet place to get away, a spot deep in the woods where I could breathe a little and not hear traffic or people or anything else. I'd been thinking about it for over a year, and that fall I finally found a small plot of land in western Pennsylvania, not far from the border near Ohio. It was cheap, probably because it had no road leading to it, just an old ATV trail that had been eaten up by brush and fallen trees. I bought the land without even thinking twice. I had some money saved, I had tools, and I knew how to work with wood. I figured I could hike in, clear the trail, and build myself a little one-room cabin just big enough for a cot, a chair, and a wood stove. I wasn't planning to live in it full-time. Just wanted a quiet place to stay on weekends or when life got too loud. The trouble started before I even put the first board down. The trail was rougher than I expected. The first time I hiked it, I had to stop every few minutes to climb over dead trees or push through thorny bushes. It was wet too. The whole path was muddy, slick with old leaves and water trickling down the slope. I fell more than once, and by the time I got to the clearing I had in mind, I was soaked and bleeding from a cut on my shin. But even with all that, the clearing looked good. It sat on a gentle rise, maybe 30 or 40 yards wide, surrounded on all sides by tall trees, mostly oaks and maples, some of them thick as barrels. There was no cell signal, no distant hum of traffic, not even the sound of a plane, just the wind and birds. It was exactly what I wanted. I went back the next weekend with my tools and started clearing brush. Took me 3 days just to make the spot flat enough to work. I had a basic plan in my head, nothing fancy. Just a 12 by 12 foot square with a sloped roof and a simple door, no windows. I figured I'd add those later if I needed them. It rained most of that week, which made hauling supplies a nightmare. I had to leave my truck a quarter-mile away and carry lumber and gear on foot through mud that sucked at my boots and made everything twice as heavy. I twisted my ankle once carrying a stack of 2x4s and ended up limping for 2 days. But I kept at it. After 2 weekends, I had the floor joists down and the base framed. The roof went up next, just a simple slanted design with a tarp covering it until I could afford shingles. By the end of the 3rd week, the walls were up, rough cut and uneven, but solid. I was sore every night, soaked to the bone by afternoon, and my fingers were raw from nails and splinters. Then came the night I decided to stay. It wasn't planned. I usually left before sundown, drove back to a cheap motel in town, got food, cleaned up. But that Saturday, a storm rolled in early. I heard the thunder around 4 in the afternoon, deep and slow like something groaning in the distance. The sky turned gray, then almost black, and the wind picked up so fast it knocked over my sawhorses. I had brought a cot and a sleeping bag that day, planning to leave them in the cabin so I wouldn't have to keep carrying them in. When the rain started, big, heavy drops that hit the tarp like stones, I figured I'd wait it out, but the rain didn't stop. By 6, it was pouring so hard I couldn't see past the treeline. The mud outside the cabin had turned to soup. My truck was way back down the trail, and I didn't feel like slipping my way down in the dark, especially not with thunder that loud. So I stayed. The inside of the cabin was dry, mostly. The walls weren't sealed yet, so wind whistled in through the cracks. I had a battery-powered lantern and a cold sandwich from the cooler, and I tried to tell myself it was just another night in the woods. I'd slept in worse conditions during camping trips and jobs in half-finished homes. But it didn't feel the same. Around 10, I noticed it, a kind of feeling like I wasn't alone. I know how that sounds, and I don't mean ghosts or anything like that. It was just, I started hearing noises I couldn't explain. The rain had let up a bit, but the wind was still strong. Every few minutes, I heard branches creak and something thump against the side of the cabin. I figured it was sticks or debris falling, but then I heard footsteps, not the light kind that deer make. These were heavy, slow, crunching through wet leaves just outside the walls. I froze. I turned off the lantern, sat still, and listened. At first, I thought it was just my own nerves playing tricks, but then I heard it again. 2 slow steps, then nothing. Then another off to the side. It wasn't circling exactly, but it wasn't walking away either. I waited for 20 minutes, maybe longer, and heard nothing else. I convinced myself it was just a raccoon or maybe a black bear moving around in the dark. I finally turned the lantern back on and tried to lie down. That's when I saw the footprint. It was on the inside of the door, muddy and clear. Someone had stepped into the cabin. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but it was fresh, still wet, the shape of a boot, probably size 11 or 12, bigger than mine. I sat up fast, grabbed the hammer I'd left near the corner, and checked the door. It was closed, latched from the inside just like I'd left it. I walked around the room, checking every board, every gap, trying to find a place someone could have come in through, but there was nothing. The walls were sealed up enough to keep anyone from crawling through. And even if they had, why leave just one muddy footprint? I barely slept that night. Every sound outside made my chest tighten. At some point, the rain picked up again, and the wind knocked something over near the back wall. I kept the hammer in my hand the whole time. I didn't even get into the sleeping bag. I just sat on the cot with my boots on, listening. By morning, everything was quiet again. The rain had stopped, and fog hung low over the ground. I stepped outside to look around and found more footprints. They circled the cabin, deep and fresh, same size as the one inside. Some of them led back into the woods, toward the slope behind the clearing. Others stopped right in front of the wall where the back window would go, if I ever cut one. There were no tire tracks, no signs of another camp nearby, just those prints. And they weren't mine. I checked. I packed up everything I could carry and left. Took me almost 2 hours to get back to the truck because the trail was flooded and slick. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I drove straight to the motel and stayed there for the next 3 days. But I didn't want to give up the cabin. I spent weeks building it. I told myself it had to be some local hunter or hiker who got curious, maybe someone who saw the tarp from a distance and wanted to check it out. I went back the following weekend with a lock for the door and some chain to wrap around it. I boarded up the inside tight and nailed down the roof better. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. Every time I stayed there after that, even just during the day, I felt watched. Sometimes I'd hear snapping branches just past the treeline or find small things moved. Tools out of place, nails missing, my cooler opened. I started bringing a trail cam and set it up outside, facing the clearing. I wanted proof, maybe catch a picture of a deer or a bear, something to explain what was going on. One morning, I came back to check the footage. The camera was gone. Not damaged, just gone. No signs of a struggle, no animals dragging it off. It had been unstrapped clean, the mount left hanging. I walked in circles for an hour, thinking maybe it had fallen or been pulled by a branch. But it was gone, like someone had just taken it off and walked away with it. That was the last straw. I went back a few days later with my cousin who had a trailer. We hauled out everything I could fit: tools, the cot, the stove I'd brought in, even the cooler. I didn't care about the lumber or the rest of the frame. I just wanted out. I sold the land 2 months later, barely broke even. Told the buyer it was a solid hunting spot, cleared and ready for a small build. I didn't mention the footprints or the missing camera. I still don't know who was out there that night or why they came back. But I think about it more than I'd like to admit. Sometimes when it rains and the wind picks up, I'll remember the sound of those slow steps outside the wall, and I'll see that wet print by the door, and I'll be glad I didn't stay another night. I was 27 when I decided to get away for a week in early November of 2003. I had just been let go from a roofing job up in Spokane after the company downsized. I wasn't married, didn't have kids, and lived alone in a small apartment in Coeur d'Alene. That fall had been tough. My dad had passed away in August, and I'd spent most of September handling what little estate he left behind. I needed some time away from people, from noise, from the feeling that everything in my life was standing still or slipping backward. So I started looking for somewhere quiet, cheap, isolated, someplace I could stay alone and do nothing but walk, think, write maybe, and just let my brain settle. That's how I ended up renting an old cabin for a week in rural Idaho, about an hour west of the Montana border. The place had belonged to some retired surveyor who passed away in the mid-90s. His nephew listed it online as a primitive retreat for hunters, hikers, and loners like me. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove, a hand pump for water out back, and an outhouse. It sat right at the edge of a forgotten cemetery. Overgrown, fenced in by warped iron bars, maybe 50 yards downhill from the cabin. That part didn't bother me. The graves were old 1800s mostly, with a few from early 1900s. No one had been buried there in decades. He even told me that up front. Some folks don't like being next to that kind of thing, he wrote in his email. Just letting you know. I told him I didn't mind. I didn't. At the time, it actually sounded peaceful. I packed up a duffel bag with clothes, some canned food, a camp stove, my old .30-30 rifle, just in case, and a few notebooks. I also brought my dad's hat, a worn canvas cap he always wore on hunting trips. It still smelled like him a little. I hadn't worn it since the funeral. The drive took about 4 hours. The last mile was a mess. Washed-out dirt road full of ruts and rocks, barely wide enough for my truck. It looked like no one had been up there in months. When I pulled in, it was near sunset. The light was fading fast behind the tree line, and everything had that dull brown color of late autumn. Wet leaves, empty branches, dry grass bending in the wind. The cabin was exactly what he said it was. Just one room, a cot with an old mattress, a big iron stove in the corner, a table, 2 chairs, and some shelves. There was a stack of firewood out back, and a rusted water pump beside the outhouse. I carried my stuff in, lit a lantern I brought, and set up my sleeping bag on the cot. The cemetery wasn't creepy, not really, just quiet. The fence was barely standing in places, and most of the headstones were tilted or broken. I walked through it once that first evening before it got dark. Most of the names were German, families that must have lived nearby in the 1800s. A lot of kids buried there, and some markers had nothing more than initials and a date. No flowers, no signs of anyone visiting. It felt more like a part of the land than something separate from it. I settled in that night, made a small dinner on the camp stove, and read a bit by lantern light. The wind outside whistled through the cracks in the walls, and a few times I heard branches knock against the roof. But I slept fine. No bad dreams.
No estrange noisis.
The second day was when I started to notice things. It began with tracks. I woke up just after sunrise and went out to get water from the pump. On the muddy path between the cabin and the pump, I saw boot prints, not mine. Bigger, wider. Not fresh, but maybe from a day or two ago. I checked around, thinking maybe they were mine and I'd just forgotten. But they went around the side of the cabin and disappeared toward the woods. I followed them for a bit until they faded in the leaves. I figured maybe a hunter or a hiker had come through. The guy who rented me the place said it was on private land, but there were no gates. People could still wander up without realizing it. Still, I kept the rifle a little closer that day. I spent the afternoon walking the woods, keeping my eyes open, trying to find any signs of someone else. There was nothing, no trash, no other tracks, no movement. Just wind and silence. At dusk, I passed the cemetery again and thought I saw something leaning against one of the graves. Something white. When I got closer, it was just an old cross that had fallen over, probably from a storm. I went to bed that night a little more on edge, but still telling myself it was nothing. The third day, I woke up with the feeling that something had been inside the cabin. Nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. But the chair at the table had been moved, angled differently than how I'd left it. I always pushed it in before sleeping, but now it was pulled out slightly, like someone had sat down. My jacket, which I'd hung on a nail near the door, was on the floor. I thought maybe I'd knocked it down getting into bed, but the whole room felt off, like I wasn't alone the night before and hadn't known it. I checked the door, still latched. The only windows were small and they didn't open. I went outside, walked around the cabin twice.
No footprints.
No marks on the door. Nothing. I brought the rifle inside that night and kept it loaded beside the cot. It was that same night when I heard the footsteps. I'd been laying there for about 2 hours trying to fall asleep. The wind had picked up again, but in between the gusts, I heard it clear and heavy. One footstep at a time, slow, crunching leaves and dirt, coming from the slope that led to the cemetery. I sat up and grabbed the rifle. The footsteps stopped after about 10 seconds. I stood there, holding my breath, staring at the door. Then I heard one more, closer. Then nothing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I went out early. The cemetery was still and empty. No footprints, no broken fence, no sign that anyone had come through. I walked every grave row, checked around every tree, even down the hill where the brush thickened. Nothing. It had rained a little overnight. Any fresh prints would have sunk into the mud, but there were none. I stayed out most of the day walking the ridgeline, then the creek bed down below. Anything to avoid going back inside for a while. That night, I didn't light the lantern. I sat in the dark with the rifle across my lap and listened. And again, I heard the steps. This time, they didn't stop. They came all the way to the side of the cabin. I heard a scrape, metal on wood maybe right below the window. Then silence. I waited, every muscle tight, finger near the trigger. Then I heard the softest sound, something brushing against the wall, like fabric or a sleeve. I didn't move. It stayed quiet for the rest of the night. When daylight finally came, I went outside and saw it. A long, narrow scratch in the wood siding of the cabin, right under the window. Fresh, deep, like someone dragged a knife or a nail along it. I had enough. I packed my things in less than an hour. But when I opened the truck door, the battery was dead. Lights were off.
No clicks.
Nothing. I popped the hood and checked the terminals. They were clean. I'd driven in with no issue and hadn't used the battery at all since parking. It made no sense. I didn't have a phone signal, and the nearest road was a 2-hour hike through rough terrain. But I had no choice. I grabbed my pack, slung the rifle, and started down the path. The woods felt different that day. Still, heavy, like the air was thicker. Every now and then I stopped and turned, thinking I heard something behind me, but there was never anything there. Not that I saw. When I reached the dirt road, I walked another mile before I found a hunter in a red truck, parked by a dry stream bed. He gave me a ride into the nearest town, Wallace, and I called a friend to come pick me up. I never went back for the truck. I paid a local tow company a few weeks later to recover it and bring it to a shop in Coeur d'Alene. When they checked the battery, it was fine. Charged.
No corrosión.
Nothing wrong. The mechanic said it must have been a fluke. I knew better. I didn't tell anyone the full story for a long time. What would I even say? That I stayed in a cabin beside an old graveyard and something walked around it at night? That it moved my chair, scratched the walls, and somehow killed my truck? There was no ghost.
No monster.
Just something or someone that wanted me gone. I don't know who. Maybe a drifter. Maybe a hunter who used the place when it was empty. Or maybe just some guy who didn't want company near those graves. But I do know this. I wasn't alone out there. And whatever it was, it watched me from the dark every single night. I never went back to the woods after that. Not even for hunting season. Some places don't need a reason to be wrong. They just are. It was February of 2018 when I decided I needed a break from everything. I was 36 then. My job in Manchester was getting to me. Long hours, constant pressure, and no time to breathe. I'd recently gone through a rough split with my partner of 5 years, and I wasn't sleeping right. I just needed to go somewhere quiet, somewhere with no phone reception, no people, no noise. I'd heard about a small, rundown cabin near Snowdonia from a guy I used to work with. He had used it once during the off-season and said it was isolated, cold, and a bit creepy. Perfect if you want to be alone and go a bit mad, he had joked. He gave me the name of the guy who managed it, a man named Reese, and a week later I had the keys. The cabin was deeper into the hills than I expected. The roads narrowed as I got closer, the trees pressing in tighter until I could barely squeeze my car through. It was about a 45-minute drive off the main road. The last stretch was gravel and mud, mostly uphill, and completely silent except for the wind and the occasional crow. By the time I reached the place, the light was already starting to go. It was one of those long winter evenings where everything turns gray by 4 p.m. The cabin sat low between two hills, with a patch of clearing around it and a line of thick forest on the west side. It was smaller than I pictured, one floor, wood-clad, with a sagging roof and dark windows. I parked on the edge of the clearing and just sat there for a few minutes, engine ticking as it cooled, looking at the place. There was no electricity. Reese had warned me. No running water either. Just a wood-burning stove, an outhouse, and a few solar lamps that might work if they got enough sun during the day. There was an old water tank out back that collected rainwater and some firewood stacked near the wall. Inside, it smelled of damp and dust. I unpacked my bags and lit a few candles. I'd brought food that wouldn't spoil. Tins of beans, dried noodles, oats, coffee, things like that. I also had a few books, a sleeping bag, and a journal. I told myself I'd try to write again. Maybe hike a bit. Maybe figure out what I wanted from my life. That first night, it snowed. Heavy. The wind howled through the trees and shook the windows hard enough to wake me a few times. I couldn't see a thing outside. Just the dark and the thick streaks of snow dragging across the glass. By the third day, I'd settled into a rhythm. Wake up around sunrise, light the stove, boil water, and sit with coffee until my hands stopped shaking. Then I'd walk, not too far, just around the hills, sometimes following deer trails, sometimes just stepping through the woods and trying not to get lost. I kept my compass on me at all times. The air was clean and sharp, and the silence was deep enough to feel strange. There were no other cabins, no cars, nothing. It was around that time I started noticing tracks in the snow that didn't make sense. They weren't boot prints or the typical cloven marks of deer. They were thin, long, sometimes deep, as if something was digging into the snow for grip. Some looked like handprints, long fingers splayed out, too big to be a dog, too low to be a person. I told myself it was probably just bad impressions, snow melting and reshaping marks left by animals. But they circled the cabin once, just once, not close, about 20 feet out, a single loop. The kind of thing you don't really want to notice because once you see it, you can't stop thinking about it. I stared at those tracks for 10 minutes. They didn't go anywhere, just a circle like someone or something had walked around the place in the middle of the night, then left. I didn't sleep well after that. Every creak in the timber walls made me jolt. I'd sit up in the sleeping bag and listen, heart pounding, until I heard nothing again. On the 5th day, I was walking further west, into the tree line where it got steep and rocky. That was when I found what looked like an old camp. A mess of sticks, a half-burned fire, and bones. Small ones like rabbits or maybe something else, picked clean. And tied to one of the low-hanging branches was a strip of old cloth. Torn, greasy, brownish. It looked like it had been there a long time, swaying in the wind. I didn't stay there long, just turned around and walked fast. My hands were shaking, and I kept looking back like something was moving behind me. That night, I heard something outside. Not just wind. Something slow, crunching through the snow. I sat in the dark, stove out, no candles. I had a small knife I kept by my bedroll. Stupid, I know, but it made me feel better. The footsteps, if that's what they were, passed by the window, then stopped. For a long time, I didn't look, couldn't. I just lay there, hardly breathing, until the sound faded. Next morning, I found more tracks. Closer now, right up to the door. And something had scraped the wood near the bottom, like claws or something sharp, dragged across it slowly. I wanted to leave. I packed everything by noon, threw it all in the back of the car. But the road was buried. The snowfall from 2 nights earlier had drifted deep in the narrow parts. I tried driving out and got maybe 100 yards before the car got stuck. I reversed, wheels spinning, until I was back at the clearing. I didn't have chains.
No shovel.
No cell reception. So I stayed. I tried to calm myself. Told myself it could have been anything. A fox, a badger, a trick of snow and ice. But I knew it wasn't. Not really. Something was out there, watching, testing the edges of my nerves. The next day, I didn't leave the cabin. I sat with the knife most of the morning, then lit the stove and kept a thick branch by the door. Every noise outside made me twitch. I tried writing in my journal, but my hands were too unsteady. Then, just before dark, I saw her, about 30 feet from the tree line. She was standing, facing the cabin, arms hanging loose at her sides.
No coat. No gloves.
Bare feet, just a thin, dirt-streaked dress that moved slightly in the wind. At first I thought it might be someone lost, a hiker or some local who got turned around. But the way she stood was wrong. Stiff, like she wasn't cold, like she wasn't feeling anything. She didn't come closer, didn't wave, didn't move, just stood there, barely blinking. I waited behind the curtain for what felt like an hour. When I finally checked again, she was gone. That night, I locked the door with everything I could find. Dragged the table, a chair, even some logs against it. I didn't sleep, not a second. The next morning, the tracks were everywhere. Bare footprints in the snow, not just hers. Several sets circling, coming close to the windows, then veering off. Some looked smaller, others wider, like a mix of people. But there were no tire tracks.
No boot marks.
No sign of how they got there. Something scratched at the back wall during the day. Just once. Long and slow. I sat with the knife and didn't move. It went on like that for 2 more nights. I rationed food. Kept the stove cold so no smoke would give me away. Slept in short bursts, waking at every creak. I thought about hiking out, but if I slipped or broke an ankle, I'd freeze to death before anyone found me. I had no idea how far I'd make it before dark. On the final night, I heard something breathing outside the back wall. Deep, steady breaths. I could hear the frost crackling beneath it. Then something brushed against the window. Just once. A shadow moved. Then silence. At sunrise, I opened the door slowly. No tracks.
No marks.
Just cold wind and untouched snow. I tried the road again. The temperature had warmed slightly, and I thought I might be able to push through. It took me over an hour to dig out the wheels with a piece of wood and my hands, but I got free. When I reached the main road, I nearly cried. I drove all the way back to Manchester without stopping. I didn't tell anyone the full story, just that I got spooked by wild animals and bad weather. A few months later, I looked up stories about that part of the woods. One forum post stood out. A guy who had camped there in 2016 said he saw people watching him from the tree line. Said they moved too quietly. Said locals called them walkers. Not ghosts, not myths, just people who never left the forest. People who lived off the land, off the grid. Some said they were descendants of old families that used to trap in those parts. Others said they were squatters. Some just called them skinwalkers because of how they moved, wearing bits of fur, crawling low, watching silently, never speaking. I don't know what I saw, but I know I'll never go back. And when the wind howls at night, and I hear branches scrape the glass, part of me still expects to see that woman in the thin dress, standing out there in the dark, waiting. It was October of 2016, and I had just turned 31. My job at the time was slowly eating away at me. Long hours behind a desk, staring at a screen, barely any sleep. I lived alone in Leicester and rarely talked to anyone outside of work. There was a kind of silence in my life that didn't feel peaceful. It felt like I was slipping into something darker, and I knew I needed a break. That's when I remembered the old cabin in Northumberland. It wasn't mine, not exactly. It belonged to an old friend of my dad's who had passed away a few years earlier. The place had just been sitting there. No one used it anymore, and it wasn't in the best shape, but I remembered going there with my dad when I was younger. It was the kind of cabin that didn't feel too modern. No Wi-Fi, no mobile signal, just thick woods, damp air, and the sound of wind rolling through the trees. That was what I needed. I packed light, just enough clothes for a few days, some food, a little camp stove in case the electricity didn't work, and a sleeping bag just in case the bed was moldy or damp. I brought a few old books with me, the kind I'd been meaning to read for years. No laptop, no phone charger. I didn't want to be contacted. That was the whole point. I left Leicester at around 6 in the morning and reached the cabin just after noon. The drive was long, mostly quiet roads, lots of empty space. Once I passed Newcastle and started driving deeper into Northumberland, things began to change. Trees closed in on both sides of the road, and houses became more spread out. It was a strange kind of isolation, beautiful but a little unnerving. The cabin sat about half a mile from the nearest road, down a narrow dirt track that was barely visible anymore. Moss had grown over most of it, and I had to park the car and walk the last stretch. The woods were dense and dark. Leaves crunched under my boots, and I could hear birds but couldn't see them. The place had a kind of stillness to it that made every small sound seem bigger. When I finally saw the cabin, I almost laughed. It looked even worse than I remembered. The wood was dark and soaked in places. Ivy had started growing up one side. The windows were covered in grime, but it was still standing, and that was good enough for me. I opened the front door and stepped inside. It smelled like damp wood and old fabric. The place hadn't been touched in years. Dust covered everything: tables, chairs, shelves. There were cobwebs in the corners of the ceiling, and the floor creaked under my feet. But it was quiet. No hum of electricity, no distant traffic, no talking. Just wind and birds. I set my bag down and opened the windows to let in some air. I walked around the cabin to check everything. One bedroom, one small kitchen area, a living room with a fireplace, and a tiny bathroom that barely fit a toilet and sink. There was a small generator in a shed out back, and after checking it, I was surprised to find it still worked. I didn't want to use it unless I had to, though. I wanted this trip to feel separate from everything else. That first day was uneventful. I made a small fire in the fireplace, sat in an old armchair, and read for hours. I cooked beans on a little camping stove and ate them while watching the sun go down through the dirty glass window. The trees outside looked black as they swayed, like they were leaning in closer. I liked it. That night, I slept on top of the bed in my sleeping bag. I didn't want to know what lived inside that old mattress. I left a window cracked open so I could hear the wind. I fell asleep fast. Sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up. I wasn't sure what woke me at first. It wasn't a sound, not really. It was more like the feeling that something had shifted around me. My skin felt colder. I listened, but the cabin was dead quiet.
No footsteps. No knocking.
Just the sound of wind in the trees. I got up and checked the door. It was locked. I stood there in the dark for a few minutes, my eyes slowly adjusting. I walked to the window and looked out. There was nothing, just the trees and the moonlight dripping down between the branches. I told myself it was nothing and went back to bed. The next morning was foggy. The trees were barely visible through the white mist, and the air felt damp. I made some instant coffee and stepped outside for some fresh air. That's when I noticed something. There were small marks in the dirt just in front of the porch. Footprints. They weren't clear like shoe prints, but something had definitely been walking there. Could have been an animal, I thought. A deer, maybe, or a fox. But the spacing between the marks didn't look right. They were too close together, too uniform, and they stopped right at the bottom step of the porch, then turned back into the woods. I looked around, but there was nothing. No sound, just trees. I tried to shake it off. The rest of the day went normally. I read more, made a fire, walked a little into the woods. I didn't go far. There was a strange feeling hanging over the trees, and I couldn't get those prints out of my head. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, staring at the window. I started keeping the fireplace going just for the light. Something about the dark inside that cabin felt heavy now. On the third night, I saw her. It was nearly 1 in the morning. I was sitting in the chair by the fireplace, reading. The wind outside had picked up, and I kept hearing things. Twigs breaking, leaves shifting. I tried to ignore it. Then I looked out the window. There was a figure standing just beyond the tree line. A woman. She was standing perfectly still, facing the cabin. I couldn't see her face. Her head was tilted slightly down, and her hair hung in front of it. She was wearing what looked like a dark dress or coat that reached almost to her ankles. She didn't move. I froze. My first instinct was to duck down, but I didn't want to lose sight of her. I just sat there, staring. My heart was hammering in my chest. I kept thinking maybe it was a hallucination. Maybe I was overtired, or my eyes were playing tricks on me. But she was there. She didn't come closer. She just stood there, watching. After maybe a full minute, she turned and walked back into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I went out to where she had stood. There were marks in the soil again. This time they were clearer, actual shoe prints. Small ones, like a woman's. I started to feel sick. Who was she? Why was she here? I packed my bag and decided I would leave. But when I got to the trail that led back to where my car was parked, I found something else. Pile of stones, right in the middle of the trail. Not a natural pile. These had been placed, stacked in a neat little tower about 2 feet high. There were feathers placed in between some of the stones, and a piece of cloth tied around the top. I stopped walking. Something about it felt wrong. Not supernatural, not mystical, just wrong. Like someone had made it as a warning, or a message. I turned around and went back to the cabin. I told myself I'd leave the next morning in daylight. It didn't feel safe to walk the trail in the dark. I locked the door, shut the windows, and lit the fireplace again. I didn't sleep at all. Just after 2 a.m., I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, creaking. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The steps got closer to the door. I stared at it, half expecting it to open, but it never did. Then I heard something slide across the wooden porch floor, like cloth or fabric. It moved past the door, then around the side of the cabin. I stood up and walked to the window. I forced myself to look out. There she was again, closer this time, just a few feet from the cabin, near the edge of the porch. She stood with her hands at her sides, not moving. I couldn't see her face again, but her head was turned slightly toward the window, like she knew I was watching. We stood like that for a long time. Then she took one step forward. I grabbed the heavy fireplace poker and backed away from the window. I stayed up all night, gripping that thing until the sun came up. When daylight came, I didn't even grab my bag. I just left. I ran down the trail past the pile of stones. My car was still there. I got in and locked the doors, shaking so badly I could barely put the key in the ignition. I drove straight back to Leicester, barely stopping for anything. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? It's been almost 10 years since that weekend, and I've never gone back. I tried to look into who might have lived near that area, if there were any houses nearby. I couldn't find anything. That stretch of land is owned by a conservation trust now. No buildings, no families. No one's supposed to be out there. I've thought about that woman a lot over the years. Not because I think she was a ghost or something from a storybook, but because I think she was real, flesh and blood. And that's worse in a way. Someone living out there, deep in the woods, watching people, walking through the trees in the dark, getting close enough to touch the windows. Maybe she was just living off the grid. Maybe she'd been there for years. Or maybe she just liked watching the cabin. But I keep thinking about the way she stood there, still, quiet, never saying a word, like she was waiting for something, like she still is. My name's Matthew Bell. I'm 36 now, but this happened in the summer of 2019. Back then, I was working a dead-end tech job in Chicago, dealing with insomnia and a stress level that made my hands shake most days. I had just gone through a rough breakup, and I knew I was either going to lose it or finally take some time to reset. So I booked a month off work and found this small, quiet cabin rental way out in the Iowa countryside. It was an old farm property someone had turned into a getaway spot. The listing said it used to belong to an older couple who had passed, and their grandson was renting it out now. It had a rustic vibe, nothing fancy.
No Wi-Fi. No TV.
Just trees, dirt roads, and silence. That's what I wanted. I packed up my old Ford Escape, left the noise of the city behind, and made the 6-hour drive into farmland. By the time I turned off the main road onto the gravel path that led to the cabin, my phone had already lost signal. I remember that first moment the trees started surrounding the car, how the gravel cracked under the tires, and how far away I suddenly felt from everything I knew. The cabin itself was simple. One floor, wide front porch, faded red siding, a small wood stove inside, and a shed about 100 feet away across the overgrown grass. There were rusted tools hung on nails along the walls inside the shed, piles of firewood, and a busted push mower sitting beside a dry rotted wheelbarrow. The back side of the cabin faced a soybean field that stretched out all the way to a line of thick trees maybe a quarter-mile away. I unloaded my gear, turned on the water, and settled in. The place had a well pump, solar lights, and a propane tank out back. I was surprised how good it felt not hearing sirens or engines for once. Just the wind moving through tall grass and insects buzzing in the heat. The first night passed quietly. I read some old magazines left behind in the cabinet, ate a can of beans, and slept in total darkness for the first time in years. No sounds, no city lights bleeding in through the curtains, just pure black. I woke up around 3 a.m. drenched in sweat. It was summer, and the fan I brought couldn't cut the heat. I walked out onto the porch in just my boxers, let the night air cool me down. It was pitch dark out there, the kind of dark where your eyes never fully adjust. I stared out at the field behind the cabin for a few minutes. It looked almost silver in the moonlight, the rows of soybeans just swaying softly. That's when I first saw something weird. In the distance, right where the soybean field ended and the tree line began, I saw a flicker of movement. I thought it was a deer at first, but it was tall, like human tall, and still. It didn't move like an animal. It stood there for several seconds, then stepped back into the trees. I chalked it up to my tired brain, maybe just shadows playing tricks on me. The next day, I didn't even think much about it. I made eggs, sat on the porch, started sketching in a notebook. I had no schedule, no plans. I just wanted to let myself unwind. Day 3 is when things started feeling off. I went to the shed that afternoon to grab a tarp for shade. That's when I noticed the ground out back had been disturbed. There were patches of dirt that had been freshly dug up. Not huge holes, but like someone had taken a small shovel and made shallow pits randomly across the grass behind the cabin. Maybe 10 of them, each maybe a foot wide, only a few inches deep. I figured maybe raccoons or armadillos were digging for grubs. I didn't know much about Iowa wildlife. I smoothed the dirt back out with my boot and didn't think too hard about it. That night I stayed in, kept the oil lamps low. Around midnight, I stepped outside again to brush my teeth. I had a small plastic bin set up on the porch with water and a cup. As I was brushing, I froze. There were footprints. Not mine, not boots, bare feet. They led from the side of the porch, around toward the back of the cabin, and disappeared into the tall grass. The prints were clear, pressed into the dry dirt like whoever made them was heavy. I didn't want to follow them. I stood there, toothbrush still in my mouth, not moving for a full minute. Then I went inside, locked the door, and moved a chair in front of it. That night, sleep didn't come. I kept hearing what sounded like shifting wood on the porch. Not heavy steps, more like pressure being added and lifted, like someone pacing very slowly. I laid still in bed, trying to slow my breathing. I had my keys and a hunting knife I kept from my dad's old collection beside the mattress. By morning, there were no signs of anything. The footprints were gone, smoothed over, like someone had dragged a burlap sack across the ground to erase them. On day 5, I drove to the nearest small town just to be around people. Bought some groceries, used the cafe Wi-Fi, downloaded a couple of offline maps just in case. When I mentioned where I was staying to the cashier at the gas station, she didn't react much. Just said, "That place still around?" Then moved on to asking if I needed a receipt. When I got back, I noticed something was missing. The tarp I had taken from the shed. I found it in the soybean field, stretched over what looked like a small hole dug into the dirt. Under the tarp was a mess of animal bones. I couldn't tell what they belonged to. They were small, like rabbits maybe, but there were too many, and they were arranged in a circle. That night I didn't sleep. I kept the lantern on, blade in hand, ears alert for any sound. Just after 2 a.m., I heard something knock on the back wall of the cabin. 3 knocks, evenly spaced, then silence. I didn't move, didn't check. I waited until sunrise, sitting up on the edge of the bed, hand gripping the knife until my knuckles ached. By morning, I decided I was leaving. I packed what I could, loaded the car, but when I turned the key, nothing. The engine clicked, but wouldn't start. I popped the hood, checked the cables, saw that one had been cut. Clean through. There were no tools in the shed to fix it. I checked everything. Nothing. I tried walking the road toward town, but after maybe 2 miles, I noticed the silence. Not just quiet, full silence. No insects, no wind, no barges. Just me, the gravel, and the sound of my breathing. I kept walking until I hit the curve in the road I remembered seeing on the way in. But when I rounded it, it was like I hadn't moved at all. Same fence post, same old can sitting in the ditch. I turned around, walked back the other way, same result. Felt like I was trapped in some loop, but I reminded myself, no ghosts, no magic. This was something real. I went back to the cabin. I didn't eat that night, just sat on the floor, back against the wall, knife in my hand, eyes on the door. At 3:14 a.m., I heard it again. This time it was on the roof. Slow footsteps, shifting weight, deliberate, then silence. The next day, I stayed inside. Mid-afternoon, I saw a man standing near the tree line, dressed in overalls, barefoot, head tilted slightly to one side. He didn't move, just watched. I stared back for over 10 minutes. When I looked away for a second, he was gone. I started going through the old drawers in the cabin, looking for anything that might help. In the back of the kitchen drawer, I found a key with a tag that said root cellar. I hadn't noticed any cellar doors outside, but when I searched, I found them behind the tall grass near the shed. 2 old wooden doors chained shut. The key worked. The smell hit me first, like wet earth, mold, and something metallic. I stepped down the old wooden stairs into the dark. My flashlight caught shelves of old canned food, rusted tools, and a table. On the table were Polaroid photos, dozens. Every one of them was taken from the same spot, the cabin porch, all at night, all facing the cabin. Different times, different angles. Some had timestamps from years ago, some had none. But in nearly every one, there was a man standing in the distance, sometimes near the tree line, sometimes right by the shed. One of the photos was of me, taken just 2 nights earlier. Same clothes, same pose. I was brushing my teeth. I dropped the photos, ran out of the cellar, and didn't sleep at all that night. Every sound, every breeze made my skin crawl. I had no clue who was watching me, or why. By the 7th day, I was done. I walked back to the road with a flare I found in the emergency kit in the cabin. Lit it, waited. After what felt like an hour, a farmer's truck pulled up. I didn't explain much, just said my car broke down. He took me to town. I got a ride back to Chicago the next day from a friend. I never reported anything. I just wanted it behind me. But a few months later, I looked up the listing again. It was gone. No record of it.
No trace.
Like it had never existed. And now, sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night, swearing I hear 3 slow knocks on my bedroom wall. It was October 2016. I was 27 years old, and for the first time in my life, I had a few weeks off from my work in Richmond, Virginia. I worked in construction, long hours, short tempers, and way too many days on the road. That fall, I felt burned out in a way I hadn't before. Not just tired, I mean mentally drained. I wasn't sleeping well, wasn't eating right, and honestly didn't feel much like talking to anyone. I knew I needed to get out, alone, and reset. I didn't have the money for a real vacation or a long road trip, but I did have an uncle who owned a small cabin in the woods about 2.5 hours west near the George Washington National Forest. It wasn't fancy, and it hadn't been used regularly for years, but I remembered going there as a kid and loving the peace and quiet of it. He'd mentioned years ago that I could use it anytime, so I called him up and told him I needed a break, and he said sure, the place was all mine for as long as I wanted. The cabin sat back off an old gravel road, probably 6 or 7 miles from the nearest gas station.
No neighbors.
No cell phone signal. It had a working wood stove, a hand pump for water, and a tiny solar panel set up to run 1 or 2 lights inside at night. The place wasn't dangerous, but it definitely wasn't modern. That's what I wanted, though. Just some solitude. I packed some dry food, tools, my knife, flashlight, hunting rifle, and a few other things and drove out on a Friday morning. The air smelled like wet leaves and pine when I got there. The dirt road was scattered with orange and yellow foliage, and the trees on both sides of the drive towered overhead like tall, crooked pillars. It was peaceful, quiet in a way that made your ears ring at first. The cabin itself looked about how I remembered it. Gray wood, metal roof, front porch with a rocking chair that had mostly fallen apart. I parked beside the overgrown path, unloaded, and went inside. Everything was there, dusty but there. Bed frame, kitchen shelf, little table with 2 chairs. A few dead bugs in the sink. I opened a few windows, swept out the cobwebs, stacked some firewood inside, and got settled. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The next few days passed slowly, but in a good way. I went on hikes up the ridges behind the cabin, followed old deer trails, cooked simple meals over the wood stove, and spent a lot of time just sitting on the porch watching the wind move through the trees. I didn't keep track of the time. I didn't care about the news or my email or my phone. There was something nice about being away from it all. Felt like how life was supposed to feel. By the 5th or 6th day, I was starting to feel like myself again. I remember it was a Thursday afternoon when I first noticed something that felt off. I was chopping some small firewood about 30 feet from the porch. It had rained earlier, so the ground was soft, and everything had that dark, damp look to it. I split a few logs, then stopped to rest. That's when I saw something odd about the treeline. There were boot prints, not mine. They weren't fresh, just lightly pressed into the muddy leaves. But they were there, leading in from the forest at an angle I hadn't walked in from. They stopped maybe 10 or 15 feet from where I had been working and then turned back the way they came. I squatted down and looked at them closely. Not work boots like mine, more like hiking boots, bigger than my feet too, and deep enough that it wasn't a kid. I stared at them for a minute, then stood up slowly and looked around. The woods were still. The only sounds were a few birds and the rustling of wind through the branches. I told myself it was probably just a hunter, maybe someone passing through. The forest around there wasn't private land, not exactly. My uncle owned the few acres the cabin was on, but the surrounding land blended into national forest. It wasn't unheard of for people to wander close. Still, the prints bothered me. That night, I stayed up later than usual. I left the lantern off and sat inside with the rifle near the door. I wasn't scared, not really, just cautious. But nothing happened. I eventually fell asleep in the chair and woke up sore and cold the next morning. I almost forgot about the footprints the next day. Went about the usual stuff, boiling water, collecting kindling, reading some old survival book I brought. But in the early afternoon, I was walking back from the ridge behind the cabin, maybe a mile out, when I noticed something else strange. It was a beer can, half crushed, lying beside a fallen log. Brand I didn't drink. Looked recent, like not dirty or faded like trash someone tossed years ago. Just sitting there. Again, I brushed it off. Probably just litter. happens. But now I was starting to get that feeling in my gut, that sense that something was nearby that wasn't supposed to be. That night, I set a few makeshift tripwires using fishing line and some empty cans near the edge of the clearing where the trees got thick. Not because I thought it would stop anyone, just wanted a warning in case someone came close. I didn't tell anyone I was out there. The only people who knew were my uncle and a friend I texted before I lost signal. So unless someone stumbled across me randomly, this felt personal. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the clearing. One of the tripwires had been moved, snapped clean. No wind could have done that. And about 10 feet past it, pressed into a patch of soft dirt, was another boot print. It was facing the cabin. I didn't go hiking that day. I stayed close, rifle loaded, and tried to act normal. I didn't want to let whoever it was know that I knew. I thought maybe it was just a paranoid thought, that I was reading into nothing. But deep down, I knew better. As the sun started to go down, I heard a sound that made my chest tighten. It was a cough, just one, faint from somewhere in the woods beyond the cabin. Too far to see anything, too close to be comfortable. It wasn't a deer or an animal. It was human, a dry, throaty cough. I stayed inside that night with the rifle in my lap and the lantern turned low. Every few minutes I got up and looked out through the window. Nothing, no movement, but I could feel it, that weight, like something was watching. In the morning, I found another beer can on the edge of the fire pit. This time it was upright, unopened, placed there. Not dropped, not kicked or tossed. Someone had left it. That was it. I decided I'd pack up and leave that afternoon. I didn't want to wait around to find out who this was or what they wanted. It wasn't worth it. But as I started packing, I noticed something that made me freeze. My truck's hood was open. I hadn't touched it since I arrived. I ran over and looked inside. The battery cable was unplugged, but not cut, just cleanly disconnected. Whoever had been watching me had gotten close enough to open the hood and pull the cable. Quietly, without waking me up. They'd done it in the night, maybe even watched me sleeping. I reconnected it, slammed the hood shut, and started the truck. Coughed once, then started. I threw my gear in the bed and took off down the gravel road faster than I should have. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I called my uncle as soon as I got back into signal range. He was surprised, told me nobody else should have been near the place. He hadn't been out there in years. I didn't press him. I just told him to change the locks on the gate, and if he ever wanted to sell the cabin, I wouldn't blame him. It's been years since then. I still don't know who was watching me. Maybe just a drifter. Maybe something worse. I didn't see them, but I felt them. Every night. Every time the trees got quiet. Every time I stepped out onto that porch and looked into the woods, knowing someone was behind those trees, just far enough away not to be seen, but close enough to watch everything I did. I never went back, and I never will. It was early November, 2016, when I decided to take a break from everything and head out into the mountains alone. I had just turned 38, and life back in Elkhorn, Montana was grinding me down more than usual. My construction job was slowing up for the season, and I was dealing with a mess of family stress after my mom passed. Hunting had always been my way of resetting, so I packed my gear and headed into the Bitterroot Mountains. I wasn't after anything special, just deer, but I had something else in mind too. A quiet break in a place I hadn't been to since I was a teenager. There was an old cabin my uncle had used back in the 90s. It sat way out there near Sawtooth Ridge, far from any marked trails or Forest Service roads. My uncle had died in a car crash years ago, and nobody in the family had touched the cabin since. I had been there once as a kid and remembered how remote it was. No electricity, no running water, Just an old wood stove and a creaky door that swelled up when it got damp. I figured it would be the perfect spot to stay for a few days, maybe even a week. I didn't want cell service. I didn't want people. Just me, my rifle, and a quiet piece of woods. I loaded up my old F-150 with food, propane, water, and all my hunting gear. The last 10 miles of road were rough. I had to go slow, weaving through fallen limbs and washed out ruts. Once I reached the edge of where the road used to turn to a narrow trail, I parked, shouldered my pack, and walked the last few miles in. The air was crisp, the wind low, and there was no sound other than my boots crunching leaves and the occasional raven calling overhead. The forest out there was thick. Nothing but pines, spruce, and deep gullies that ran with snowmelt even this late in the season. When I saw the cabin again, it looked even more run down than I remembered. The roof had started to sag, and the window shutters were hanging loose. The clearing around it was overgrown with tall grass, and the firewood pile from 20 years ago was half rotted. But it still stood. I stepped up onto the porch, pushed open the door, and the smell hit me. Dust, old pine, and mouse droppings. I walked in, looked around, and it felt weirdly familiar, like time had been sitting still in there. I dropped my gear, opened all the shutters to let in light, and got to work sweeping out leaves and nests. By evening, I had a fire going and my sleeping bag laid out on the cot in the corner. That first night was calm. Too calm. I didn't sleep much. The wind would groan through the trees, and the old cabin creaked like it was still settling into the earth. I kept my rifle close, not because I expected trouble, but just because it felt like the right thing to do. There's something about being that far out from people that wakes up the animal part of your brain. You don't realize how safe you feel in town until you're alone, 20 miles from pavement, surrounded by miles of nothing but wild forest. The next morning, I made coffee on the little propane burner and hiked out east of the cabin. There was an old game trail that ran along the slope of the ridge. I followed it, slow and quiet, rifle in hand, looking for sign. I saw fresh tracks, mule deer. I stayed out until late afternoon and didn't fire a shot. I wasn't in a rush. I came back, made some food, and sat on the porch for a long time just listening. That's when I first heard it. It wasn't much. A short rustling in the brush at the far end of the clearing. I thought maybe it was a deer or a raccoon. I stood up and walked over with my flashlight. Nothing. No movement. I checked the ground and didn't see any fresh tracks. Probably just a rabbit. But then it happened again the next night. Same sound. Same spot. Just a quick, sharp rustle like something ducked out of sight right when I turned my head. This time, it set me on edge. I didn't go over to check. I just stood there by the door, waiting. But whatever it was didn't show itself. The third day, I went hunting again. Got deeper into the woods. I tracked a buck all morning, but lost it down a steep ravine. Around noon, I found something odd. A tree that had been cut, clean through, looked like a chainsaw job. But there was no reason for anyone to be out there.
No logs entregues, no Trail Marquês.
Just a single stump with sawdust around it that looked too fresh, like maybe a day or two old. It was strange. I stood there staring at it for a while, trying to make sense of it. I figured maybe some hunter came through and cleared the path, but I hadn't seen any other signs. No boot prints, no shell casings, nothing. I made my way back to the cabin by early evening. The wind had picked up, and a storm was blowing in. The air smelled like wet soil and pine sap. I settled in, lit a couple lanterns, and made a small dinner of beans and jerky. Just as I was about to turn in for the night, I heard the sound again. This time it was louder. Not just one rustle, but a series of quick steps through the brush, moving fast, then stopping. I stood up. My heart was pounding now. I turned off the lantern and moved toward the window. I waited. Nothing. I pulled on my boots, grabbed my flashlight and rifle, and stepped out onto the porch. I scanned the trees. The beam of the flashlight cut through the dark in slices. Then I saw something. Not clearly, just movement. About 30 yards out, behind a fallen log, something ducked. I swear I saw it. A shape, not a deer, not on four legs. I aimed the light at the spot, but it was gone. I called out just a simple, "Hey," out of habit, but of course I got no answer. I waited a long time, still nothing. When I stepped back inside, I locked the door and slid the old wooden beam across it. I checked every window, every shutter. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the rifle right next to me in the cot, loaded and ready. My brain was spinning. Could have been a hiker, I thought. Maybe someone just passing through. But that didn't sit right. Who the hell hikes into a remote part of the forest and creeps around someone else's cabin at night? The next morning, it was dead silent outside. The storm had blown through, and everything was soaked. I stepped out, walked around the cabin, and found the grass flattened, like someone had been crouched behind the log watching the cabin. My heart dropped. I didn't know what to do. I was alone, miles from help, and the idea of walking out with someone possibly watching me didn't feel safe. So I stayed. I shouldn't have. The 5th day was cold. I didn't go out to hunt. I stayed near the cabin, chopping wood and listening. Every so often, I felt it, like I was being watched. I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye. I'd turn, and there'd be nothing. That afternoon, I found fresh boot prints behind the cabin. Big ones, maybe size 12 or 13. Deep tread. Not mine. Not old. The rain hadn't washed them out. That was when I started thinking this wasn't random. Someone was out there and they were watching me. I stayed up that night, fire low, lights out. I sat at the window with the rifle across my lap. Hours passed. Nothing. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. A branch snapped. Then another. I raised the rifle, aimed toward the sound. Then I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch. Slow. One at a time. I held my breath. The doorknob moved. It turned slowly, quietly, like whoever was outside was trying not to make noise. I stood up fast, slammed my boot against the door, hard enough to shake it. Silence. Then the steps moved off the porch, fast this time, crunching through leaves. I flung open the window and aimed my rifle toward the trees, but I didn't fire. I couldn't see anything in the dark. The next morning, I made the decision to leave. I packed everything in a rush. Every 10 minutes, I'd stop and listen. I kept expecting to see someone step out of the trees, but no one did. I made it back to the truck around noon. There were fresh tracks near it, boot prints. Same ones I saw behind the cabin. Someone had been there too, maybe even tried the door. I checked the tires, checked the engine. Everything looked fine. I drove out of there without looking back. When I got home, I reported it. Told the sheriff what I saw. He said they'd send someone to check the area, but I could tell by his voice he didn't think it was much. Just some hiker maybe a squatter. But I knew it wasn't random. Someone knew I was there. They watched me for days. They came up to the porch, tried the door. I never went back to that cabin. A few months later, I heard about a hunter found dead 2 ridges over, gunshot to the chest. They called it an accident, said it was probably a misfire or a careless mistake. But I still wonder, whoever was out there with me, I don't think they were passing through, and I don't think I was the only one they watched. I was 33 when I took a seasonal job as a park ranger in northern Wyoming. It was late August of 2011, and I was burned out from my regular work back in Kansas City, land surveying and environmental inspection for construction sites. I had done that for over a decade, and I needed something different. I thought getting away from all the noise, pressure, and constant deadlines would do me good. So I took a contract that was supposed to last 3 months, working in a remote part of the Shoshone National Forest. The forest had plenty of established ranger posts, but the one they assigned me to was older and more isolated than most. It was known as Southline Station, a log cabin built sometime in the 1960s. It sat just off a gravel service road about 14 miles from the nearest paved road, deep in a thicket of firs and spruces, with a thin, cold stream running behind it. You had to use a department-issued truck to get in and out since most regular vehicles couldn't handle the terrain. I was told I'd be alone out there, but only for a week or two at a time before being rotated back to a main station. I didn't mind the solitude. I grew up hunting, camping, and working in the woods with my uncles, and I liked the quiet. I liked it even more when it rained. Something about a slow, steady downpour on a cabin roof always made me feel settled, safe. But what happened during one of those rainy nights changed how I feel about those things for good. By my 3rd week on duty, I had gotten used to the rhythm of the place. My job was mostly patrolling the surrounding trails, checking in with hikers, logging animal sightings, and maintaining some of the old fire lines that hadn't been used in years. It was lonely, but in a manageable way. I kept a small radio, a satellite phone for emergencies, a shotgun for bears, and a trail bike strapped to the back of the truck in case I needed to travel short distances without using gas. The inside of Southline Station was simple. 1 room, a cot, a small desk, a rusted propane stove, a metal sink that worked off rainwater collection, and a tiny wood-burning stove for heat. There were shelves with faded maps and survival manuals, and a few boxes of canned food that looked like they hadn't been touched in 10 years. There were no cameras, no internet, and no cell signal. Just a wall-mounted weather radio, a long-range transceiver for dispatch, and a logbook that rangers were supposed to update each day. I stayed on top of my reports, filled out the log, and kept track of anything unusual. Most days were quiet. A few elk moving through, a black bear sniffing around an empty food locker, some trash left behind by careless campers. Then came the 3rd Friday night. It had rained off and on all day. Nothing serious, just a constant mist that thickened around dusk. That evening, I made dinner early, ate a can of beef stew straight from the pot, and checked in with dispatch on the transceiver. They told me a weather system was moving in from the west and that I should expect heavier rain and wind through the night. That didn't bother me. I stoked the wood stove, locked the door, and settled into my cot with a book I'd been reading about early trappers in the area. I must have drifted off around 9 p.m. What woke me up wasn't thunder or wind. It was silence. The rain had stopped. I mean, completely. No wind. No drips from the eaves. Nothing. Just dead silence. That doesn't sound strange if you've never been in a forest at night, but when everything goes that quiet out there, something's off. I sat up on the cot and listened. First, I thought it was in my head. Maybe I'd been dreaming. But no, I could still hear my heart beating, the slight creak of the cot frame when I shifted. I looked toward the single window facing the front of the cabin. Pitch black. The cabin had no outside lights, just a small kerosene lantern I kept on the desk, which I hadn't turned on. Still sitting in the dark, I noticed something even stranger. The air had changed. I could smell something. Wet bark, yes, but also something else. A chemical tang, like rust or battery acid. I don't know how else to describe it. It was faint but sharp. I got up quietly, grabbed my flashlight, and pressed it against the window without turning it on. There was no moon, no stars, just clouds layered so thick they looked like a wool blanket pressed over the world. I stood there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Then I heard it, a low, dragging sound, faint, but just loud enough to make my stomach tighten. It wasn't a footstep. It was slower than that, like something being pulled across gravel, though I didn't hear any rocks. Just a sliding, scraping sound. Then it stopped. I didn't move. My boots were near the door, but I was barefoot, and I didn't want to make noise. I stepped back slowly toward the desk, picked up the lantern, and lit it with a match. A soft glow filled the room, casting long shadows across the floor and making the corners feel too dark. I slipped on my boots, grabbed the shotgun from the wall, and moved to the door. I didn't open it. I just stood there waiting, listening. Then it started again, the dragging, but this time it was closer, maybe 20 feet away. My heart was beating so hard it hurt. I eased the barrel of the shotgun into my left hand and used my right to slide the lock on the door. I didn't open it. I waited another minute. Then I backed away from the door and killed the lantern. The room went dark again, but I didn't want to be a target. A minute passed, then another, then the sound again, this time directly to the left of the cabin. I could feel the vibration of it through the floorboards, almost like someone was brushing against the wall slowly, deliberately. That was enough. I moved toward the back of the cabin and opened the trapdoor that led to the tiny crawl space. It was a maintenance area not meant for hiding, but it was the only place I could go without being visible through the window. I climbed down with the shotgun and crouched in the dirt, heart pounding. I stayed down there for at least 20 minutes. Nothing happened. No more sounds. No movement. Just the wind picking up again and a few soft pings of rain starting to fall. When I climbed back up, I left the lantern off and stayed in the dark for the rest of the night. The next morning, I did a full check of the area around the cabin. I expected to find animal tracks or maybe signs of an old log falling off the roof or something harmless that my brain had exaggerated in the dark. But I found nothing like that. What I found were 3 long, shallow grooves in the wet dirt about 15 feet from the front door. Parallel, spaced like the width of a person's shoulders, but too long and too even to be from feet. They looked like someone had dragged 2 planks of wood through the mud with a chain. But there were no tracks, no boot prints, no animal prints, nothing leading in or out of the area. Just those 3 lines running about 6 feet long, and then stopping like whatever made them had simply vanished. I flagged it in the log, but I didn't report it on the radio. I wasn't even sure what I'd say. Over the next 2 weeks, I didn't sleep right. I kept the shotgun close and checked the perimeter every morning. It rained almost every night, but nothing else happened. Then, 2 days before I was supposed to rotate out, I found something that made me leave early. It was another ranger's badge, half buried in a soft patch of moss behind the cabin. The name had been scratched off. I dug around the area and found a torn piece of green uniform fabric clinging to a tree root. That was it. I packed up that afternoon, drove to the main station early, and told them I needed to be reassigned or let go. I didn't tell them what I'd found, just said I wasn't feeling right and needed to head home. I never went back. I don't know who the badge belonged to. I don't know what made that sound in the dark. But something wasn't right out there, and I can't forget how quiet the forest got that night. Sometimes, back home, I'll be lying in bed and hear the rain on the roof. It should be comforting. But if it ever stops suddenly, just like that, dead silent, I get up, I check the locks, I make sure every door is shut tight, because I've learned something from that cabin. When nature goes quiet, you should listen, and maybe you shouldn't wait to find out why. It was the summer of 2021, and I had just turned 34 a few months earlier. After a messy breakup and getting laid off from my job at a logistics company in Portland, I figured I needed time away from people, noise, and everything else that was pushing down on my chest. I wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere deep, somewhere away. That's how I ended up thinking about that cabin again. It belonged to my uncle, though he hadn't used it in years. He passed away from a stroke in 2015, and nobody had touched the place since. I remembered it from when I was a teenager. A plain wooden cabin hidden between thick trees somewhere outside a small town called Eureka in northwest Montana. not too far from the Canadian border. I hadn't been back since I was 17. The memory I had of it was quiet. A little beat up, no electricity, no running water, just a wood stove and a hand pump well about 30 yards behind the place. A peaceful kind of isolation. That's what I told myself I needed. I packed up my truck with the essentials. Canned food, bottled water, a rifle for bears or anything else, a sleeping bag, some tools, a big first aid kit, and enough propane canisters to last weeks. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just that I'd be off-grid for a while. I left my phone in the glove box when I parked, wanting a clean break from everything. The road to the cabin was exactly how I remembered. Steep, narrow, and bumpy as hell. It hadn't been maintained in years. Trees leaned over it like they were trying to swallow it whole. When I reached the clearing where the cabin stood, I sat in the truck a while and just looked at it. The place looked worse than I remembered. Moss crawled up the wood. Part of the roof had a dip in it. The chimney had chunks missing, and the windows were dusty but still intact. A thick silence hung over everything. The air smelled like pine needles and damp bark. I killed the engine and just listened. The first couple of days were uneventful. I cleaned up the inside, patched a hole in the roof using some tarp and nails, and cleared a path to the old outhouse that was leaning to one side but still usable. I set up my propane stove, lit some lanterns at night, and just sat, sometimes reading, sometimes writing in a notebook, but mostly just sitting and thinking. Nights were long. I hadn't remembered how quiet it got up there. No hum of city traffic, no lights in the distance. Just darkness and the random sounds of animals passing through the woods. I told myself that's what I came for. On the fourth night, I woke up to something strange. It wasn't a noise that woke me. It was the absence of sound. Total stillness. No wind, no leaves rustling, no crickets, nothing. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart beating a little harder than usual. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the room. Everything was in place. I figured maybe it was just me adjusting to the environment. I lay back down, telling myself to stop overthinking. Then I heard it. It was faint, but it was real. A dull creak like wood shifting under weight. Came from outside the cabin, near the front porch. The kind of sound old steps make when someone presses down on them slow and careful. I sat up again. This time I grabbed the rifle and clicked off the safety. I didn't turn on any lights, didn't make a sound. I just listened. Another creak, a little louder this time. Then a silence. Then the same sound again. 3 steps. Then nothing. I stayed like that for what felt like half an hour, rifle aimed at the door, heart pounding. But nothing else happened.
Nonak.
No footsteps walking away. Just silence again. I barely slept the rest of the night. When the sky turned blue outside, I finally relaxed a bit. I waited until the sun was fully up before opening the door. I stepped out onto the porch, rifle still in hand, and checked around the cabin.
No footprints.
Not even disturbed grass or bent weeds near the porch. The steps did look like they'd moved, like something heavy had stepped on them recently. The way old wood sometimes shifts a little more when pressed. But I couldn't tell for sure. I walked around the whole cabin twice, scanning the trees, the trail, even the roof. Nothing. No animals nearby. No broken branches. No signs of anyone. I told myself it was just an animal. Maybe a deer. Maybe a bear got curious and walked by. I even checked my propane stove to make sure no smells had attracted anything. Everything seemed normal. I didn't see another sign of anything unusual that day, and I forced myself to let it go. But that night, it happened again. This time it was later, maybe around 3 or 4 a.m. I'd just fallen asleep when I heard something outside the wall near my head. It was a soft, dragging sound, like someone slowly brushing something against the logs outside. Then silence. Then footsteps again. 2 this time. Then a pause. Then another 2. Then a thud, like something hitting the side of the cabin lightly. I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling and listened. I didn't want to turn on the lantern or give away that I was awake. I held my breath. Then I heard a short, fast movement, like something darting quickly past the window. Still no lights, still no voices, just the occasional, deliberate footstep. Then it stopped completely. The rest of the night stayed quiet again. Same pattern. The next morning, I didn't feel calm. I felt watched. I stayed close to the cabin and didn't wander far. I thought about leaving, but I didn't want to feel like I'd come all this way only to run off after a few spooky nights. I told myself I'd stay at least a few more days. The sixth night was when it got worse. I hadn't even gone to bed yet. I was sitting by the lantern reading when I heard movement. Not around the cabin, but up on the roof. I froze. The sound was light but clear. A scuffling, dragging movement, like something crawling. I turned the lantern off instantly, heart racing. I didn't move for a long time. The sound stopped. Then it started again, slower, moving across the cabin roof above me. I finally reached for the rifle and backed into the far corner of the cabin, staring up at the ceiling as if I could see through it. I waited, gripping the rifle tight. Then came a loud, hard thud, directly over my head. Then nothing. The roof held. No break-ins.
No collapse.
Nothing came through. But something had been up there. I didn't sleep that night. I waited until the sun came up, then went outside and climbed up on a ladder I kept against the back wall. I got up on the roof and looked around. That's when I saw the boot print. Just one. Not an animal track. Not a paw. A human boot print. Deep in the softened, mossy part near the dip in the roof. And it wasn't mine. I went cold. I backed down the ladder and circled the cabin again. Still no signs around the porch. Nothing in the clearing. But someone had been up there, watching, waiting. I decided to leave the next day. I couldn't think straight. My chest felt tight constantly. I packed most of my stuff and loaded it into the truck that afternoon. I didn't care about finishing my break anymore. I just wanted out. That night, I stayed inside with everything ready to go at dawn. At around 2 a.m., I heard something scrape the side of the cabin. Not slow this time. Fast. Then something banged hard against the wall behind me. Then again. Not footsteps. Full-on bangs like someone slamming into the walls from the outside. I jumped to my feet, holding the rifle. I didn't turn on the light. I moved to the back of the cabin, heart thudding, trying to watch every wall and every window at once. Then something hit the front door. Hard. I didn't wait. I threw my backpack over my shoulder, grabbed the keys, and bolted through the back door. I didn't look back. I sprinted across the clearing, climbed into the truck, and gunned it down the trail, headlights slicing through the trees. My heart didn't stop racing until I hit the main gravel road, and even then it felt like my chest was going to explode. I drove all the way back to town without stopping. Didn't even care about the gas gauge. When I finally hit Eureka around sunrise, I pulled into a diner parking lot and just sat there, hands shaking on the wheel. I never went back to that cabin. A few months later, I got a call from a cousin who still lived in Montana. He told me someone had tried to break into a few remote cabins north of town. Someone living out in the woods, totally off-grid, paranoid, dangerous. They hadn't caught the guy yet, but there were rumors. Hikers had reported strange things. Some said they found campsites torn apart or cabins broken into. A few found little things left behind, food missing, footprints near tents, strange tools. When I heard that, I knew I hadn't imagined it. I still think about that boot print on the roof. How long that person had been watching. How close they'd gotten. Why they didn't come inside. Why they waited so long. Maybe they didn't want to hurt me. Maybe they just liked watching. Either way, I was lucky I left when I did. And I'll never set foot in that part of the woods again. My name is Daniel Morris. I'm 36 now, but this happened when I was 29, back in the fall of 2018. I still remember almost every second of it, and I've never told anyone. Not my brother, not my friends, not even the girl I was dating back then. Some things feel like they lose something when you talk about them. And this just stays stuck in my bones like a chill that never went away. I was living in Colorado at the time, just outside Fort Collins. I was a graphic designer and worked mostly from home. That year had been a rough one. Too many long hours, some client drama, and I just ended a 5-year relationship that kind of gutted me. I didn't want to be around people. I didn't want to talk about anything. I just wanted silence. So I decided to disappear for a bit. I wasn't looking for anything spiritual or healing. I just needed to be alone, somewhere where I didn't have to think about deadlines, heartbreak, or small talk. A buddy of mine, Kevin, had mentioned a cabin his cousin owned, up in Routt County, near a place called Clark. Said it was small, old, and no one had used it in a couple years. I asked if I could stay there for a few weeks, just to get my head straight. Kevin said he'd ask his cousin. A day later, he gave me the go-ahead, told me the key was in a metal box under the porch. I packed up the basics: clothes, sleeping bag, 2 coolers, one for dry food and the other for perishables, some books, an axe, a little propane stove, and my old bolt-action rifle. I wasn't planning to hunt, but I liked the idea of having it with me just in case. I also brought a solar charger for my phone, though I figured I'd leave it turned off most of the time. I drove out there early on a Thursday morning, left before the sun came up. By the time I turned off the main highway and started winding up into the woods, I was already starting to feel different. Not better, just quieter inside. It was mid-October and the aspens had turned gold. The sky was heavy with clouds, but it hadn't started to snow yet. Cold air slid through the trees, and the whole place smelled like wet leaves and pine. I followed the GPS until I lost signal. Then I just followed Kevin's directions, which were thankfully written down. The cabin was tucked away off an old Forest Service road. You could barely see it through the trees, just a crooked little thing with a metal roof that had rusted to a reddish brown. It looked like it had once been a hunting cabin, nothing fancy. Just a one-room setup with a wood stove, a small cot, a table, and a chair. The windows were cloudy and one of them was cracked, but the place was dry inside and didn't smell too bad. Mice had definitely lived there, but it looked like they'd moved out. I got settled that first day, chopped some wood from the pile out back, swept the floor, set up the cot with my sleeping bag, and stacked all my gear near the door. I found some old hunting magazines in a crate, yellowed and brittle. There was no electricity, no running water, and barely any insulation, but that was fine with me. I didn't want comfort. I just wanted quiet. The first few nights were exactly what I'd hoped for. Cold, peaceful, uneventful. I spent my days reading, walking through the woods, writing in a notebook, and thinking. I didn't check my phone, didn't talk to anyone. I cooked over the stove and listened to the wind. On the 4th day, something changed. Started small. I was walking along a creek, maybe a mile from the cabin, just before sunset, when I saw something up on a ridge across the water. I thought it was a deer at first, just standing there, but it didn't move. It didn't twitch its ears or shift its weight. It was too tall for a deer. I squinted, trying to make it out, but the light was low and the trees cast long shadows. I stood there for a few minutes, waiting for it to move or run off. Nothing. It just stood still. Finally, I turned around and made my way back to the cabin before it got dark. I told myself it was probably just a tree stump or maybe a person. Hunters were sometimes out there, though I hadn't seen a single vehicle since I'd arrived. Still, I locked the cabin door that night. It was just a sliding latch, but it made me feel a little better. The next morning, I found tracks near the cabin. Not boot prints, bare feet. 2 of them, leading from the tree line to the edge of the porch. They were deep enough to show toes and a heel, Whoever it was had been standing there just outside the door, probably during the night. I bent down, touched the soil. It had rained lightly the day before, and the mud was still damp. The prints were fresh. I stood up slowly and looked out into the trees. Nothing moved, no sound, just the cold and that low rustling of leaves. I told myself it could have been a hiker, maybe lost, maybe drunk. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The tracks were too deliberate, too clean. Whoever it was had walked up barefoot and stood at my door, then walked away. That was it. I kept the rifle close that day. Didn't leave the cabin. I stayed inside and watched the woods through the cracked window. I didn't see anyone. That night, I didn't sleep much. Every sound outside made my skin crawl. The wind tapping a branch against the wall, the shifting of the roof in the cold. It all sounded like footsteps. Around 3 in the morning, I heard something, a soft thump on the porch. Then nothing. I got up slowly, loaded the rifle, and waited. I didn't open the door. I didn't look outside. I just stood there until the sun started to rise. When I finally stepped out, there was nothing. No prints, no marks, nothing moved. But from that day on, I never really relaxed. I kept the rifle within reach at all times. I stopped walking into the woods. I stopped writing. My stomach was always tight. I was jumpy, paranoid, but I didn't leave. I don't know why. Maybe I felt like if I ran, I was letting the fear win. On the 8th night, things got worse. I had just finished eating and was sitting in the chair by the wood stove when I heard a loud crack in the woods behind the cabin. It wasn't an animal. It was the sound of something heavy stepping on a branch. Then I heard another one, closer. I turned off the lantern and waited. The fire in the stove glowed, but it was dim. I crouched near the cot, listening. Then I heard the footsteps again, this time circling around the side of the cabin. Slow, heavy. I didn't breathe. Then it stopped. 10 minutes went by, then 20. Suddenly, something slammed against the back wall of the cabin. Not a knock, not a scratch, a slam, like a body hitting the boards. Then nothing. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I checked outside. Again, no tracks, no blood, no marks, just silence. I felt sick. I had chills that wouldn't go away even by the fire. I started packing. I figured I'd leave the next day. I'd had enough. But that night, something new happened. I woke up around midnight to the sound of the door creaking. The latch had been forced open. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I grabbed the rifle and sat up. The door slowly opened halfway, then stopped. Nothing came in. I aimed the rifle at the gap and waited. I could see the edge of the porch, the dark trees beyond it. Then I saw something move. A hand. It slowly gripped the edge of the door and held it. But it didn't push it open. It just held it. I didn't move. I didn't blink. Then, after what felt like forever, the hand let go. The door swung slightly in the breeze. I jumped up, rushed forward, and slammed it shut, latched it, wedged a chair under the handle. Then I sat there until sunrise. That morning, I didn't waste time. I grabbed my gear, loaded everything into the truck, and got the hell out of there. I didn't look back. The drive down the mountain felt like leaving a nightmare. My hands were shaking on the wheel the whole way. When I hit the main road, I pulled over and cried. Not because I was scared, but because I'd held it all in for too long. I never told Kevin what happened, never asked to go back. A month later, I heard from someone that his cousin had sold the property. I sometimes think about what happened out there. I don't think it was a ghost or anything supernatural. It was someone who lives out there or watches people who come up into those woods. I don't know what they wanted. Maybe they were just playing with me. Maybe it would have ended worse if I stayed. But I learned something important. Nature doesn't care about you, and sometimes people don't either. I haven't been back to the mountains since. I still live in Colorado, but I stay close to town. I still like the quiet, but I don't go looking for it in the woods anymore. I don't need to. That cabin, those nights, and that hand, they never left me. They never will.